Hello everybody and welcome back. My name is Manga Writer and today I have sealed my fate in that hour-long videos are something I will strive to do every time I make a video. Such is life now, I guess. Might as well enjoy it. I've been an anime fan ever since I was around 13 to 14, and over the course of my many years consuming and analyzing content, one show that has always stuck out to me for multiple different reasons was Death Note, a story created in 2003 by Tsugumi Oba and illustrated by Takahashi Obata, and is considered to be one of the greatest manga stories of all time by many people. It is a timeless story of a cat and mouse chase between two very calculating minds, and it is one that I have gotten so much moral and deep conversations out of every time I look back at it. The original manga, and especially the anime, are widely considered by many to be a modern classic, and for good reason. But did you know that Death Note is not just comprised of the manga, the anime, or that one film? There are actually lots of different media that have tried their hand in adapting this story, and these pieces of media range from not just the world of live action, but to books, shows, and even Broadways, some of which you might have never heard of before. And when I was sitting down one day thinking about all the things I heard when it came to Death Note's weird and strange history, the idea to do a full-on dive into the world of Death Note adaptations became just way too tempting to not give into. So, in this series of videos for the next few months, not only are you going to get my thoughts and opinions surrounding the original manga and the show, but you're also going to get my thoughts about the other adaptations as well, with some that might be new to you, and others that are
relax, Light, and you're dreaming of some demon-looking motherfucker.
how distinctly memorable. So the way that I've decided to go about this is that for the original anime and manga, I will be covering chapters and episodes one by one and give brief or in-depth thoughts about them, depending on how much I have to talk about. Then when we get to the other adaptations, I will be discussing various things from the adaptation's history to changes that they made in their own storylines. And I will add some little fun facts in throughout my analysis because there was quite a lot that I learned and I do want to share it with you. Trust me when I say that certain adaptations are so insanely different that they are going to have a lot to talk about. Expect to be here for a good while. So, because the original Death Note is comprised of the L Saga and the Near Saga, I'll be covering all the chapters and episodes of each arc, and then when I think the arc is over, I'll give my overall thoughts on the saga before moving on to the next one. Sound good? Fantastic. With all the ground rules established, let's not waste any more time and dive straight in with my thoughts about the original manga, which was released in 2003 and ended in 2006, starting with the L Saga, which are chapters 1 to 58. Chapter 1 starts off very strong with Light getting the Death Note quite quick, and after doing a few trial runs, decides to go through with his plan of making the world a better place. This chapter also goes into Light's psychology a little bit, showing that even in his infancy with the Death Note, he thought he was above everyone else, like considering the killing of a fellow classmate because no one was going to notice. What's also interesting is that he's also taken quite a physical hit from using the Death Note due to a lack of sleep and even losing 10 pounds, showing that even through doing some justified killings, early Light still had some humanity in him. It is also in this chapter do you realize that Light was doomed to fail from the very start because of one massive fuck up. His first major blunder on his quest to greatness was that he wanted to kill criminals and take the credit for it. He wanted to make sure that everyone, even fools, were aware that somebody was casting judgment, and was getting high off the idea that he was going to be the god of the new world, which made the police, and eventually the greatest detective in the world known as L, notice. While yes, you can definitely make the argument that Light's mass killings of prisoners being noticed would have happened eventually, it is very interesting reading the story again and seeing that Light's fall from grace started happening pretty much right when the Death Note was first picked up. His severe god complex and narcissism had already set his own fate before anyone could try and take him down, making the rest of the story that much more engaging to read. Light may be intelligent, but his ego constantly gets in the way. Also, Ryuk just going okay after Light's whole monologue and backstory was pretty funny. My guy just went, yeah, I ain't reading all that before that meme was a thing. Speaking of the bug-eyed Shinigami, Chapter 1 also does great at establishing Ryuk's role throughout the story, where he shoots Light's sense of grandeur straight in the foot by telling him that he wasn't chosen to pick up the Death Note, but he just so happened to be around and was the first one who saw it. Ryuk has no time or patience for destiny or any bullshit like that, and sees Light picking up the Death Note as a form of entertainment to fulfill his sense of boredom, which these two immediately have in common. Having one of the greatest stories of all time begin all because a demon just wanted to be entertained is just such a cool thing to think about. Sometimes great art can just come from the simplest of motivations. Quick little thing to add in here, it is established in this chapter that the users of the Death Note cannot go to heaven or hell. This lore is also the 8th rule of the official Death Note canon. Just keep this in mind as we continue because something later on will make this iconic line a little complicated. Also a little fun fact, because I have no idea where to put this in the video, but I found this fact pretty funny. Before drawing Death Note, Takahashi Obata had been taken by his editor to a purification ritual, as he's a big believer in the supernatural. He thought that he was going to be cursed while working on Death Note because of all the drawings he was going to do of the Shinigami. Because in case you didn't know, in Japanese culture, it is believed that drawing demons brings bad luck. What's funny is that Oba was also invited to this purification ritual, but the reason he didn't go was because he didn't believe any of it. Which I just think is pretty funny and also really interesting at the same time. I just had to share that. I'm also going to leave part 2 of this fun fact at the very end of the video, so stay tuned for that. All in all, great first chapter that establishes the two main characters and begins an extremely wild story. This chapter contains a lot more of Light's fuck-ups and has the best 4D chess play I've ever seen. Light hasn't even had a whole chapter to indulge in his killing spree, and L has already made his plan for greatness so much more complicated. Light's ego problem is also very evident in this chapter, as you can see immediately how his once understandable worldview is already getting warped and twisted into something much more sinister. Light sees all the support he's getting online and revels in his superiority, talking in a very condescending way that makes him look like a stuck-up savior granting peace to the mere peasants who praise him. He talks about humanity's love for anonymity with the heightened ego of a doctor who thinks he has you all figured out. So when one of the peasants stands up and tells him no in the form of Lindell Taylor, Light snaps, transforming from a righteous hero to a brutal dictator, killing Lindell Taylor live on television in front of everyone. Light, in just 2 chapters, has gone from just killing criminals to killing those who merely oppose him. The temptation to prove his power to the world was just too much for him, even calling himself Lord Kira as he writes down Lindell Taylor's name. Light's brutal humanity is what makes him so interesting to me, and his lust for godlike status and longing to make his opponents suffer has already raised its ugly head in just the first 2 chapters. It's great stuff. And when it comes to L, who did not die, his whole strategy in finding out the rough location of Kira was the most perfect introduction to his character. L used a criminal to disguise himself as him and broadcast the news in only the Kanto region of Japan, and when Lindell Taylor dies on screen, he figures out that not only is Kira in the Kanto region of Japan, but that Kira doesn't need to be around to do his killings. Even before we see his face, we learn so many core parts of L, like his selfish attitude towards cases, his risk-taking in getting information, his bending of laws and rules to get what he wants, and his extreme intelligence. L's game was so meticulously detailed and so beautifully specific that it leaves me impressed every time I think about it. He had gotten so much information in such a short span of time, all through a method that was basically a complete gamble. L did not know where Kira was, so broadcasting it in just the Kanto region was a very serious experiment. This is how you write a smart character doing a smart thing. When someone is getting information, the difference between a dumb person and an intelligent person is the time it takes for them to get it. Anyone could have logically figured out that Light was in Japan, it just would have taken a longer period of time. There's no big brain, physics-defying, or out-of-this-world reason that L found Light. Everything that he discovered was realistically achievable, and the way L pieced it all together makes it all seem so simple. The fact that he had to gamble in the Kanto region makes this plan so much more effective. This is what happens when a smart person writes a smart character. Everything that is revealed feels real. Fun fact: Obata's favorite trick in Death Note was this one. He loved how much it established L's core character in doing anything to win. Oba also says that, in his opinion, L is the smartest character in Death Note. From Light's godlike status being immediately shot down to L's perfect strategy, this was a very good chapter, and its cliffhanger with Ryuk just makes me want to read more. After a quick reminder of the existence of Shinigami and the manga shows Obata's godlike shading and use of black, oh my god, teach me your ways, Light is seen relaxing by a window, causing Ryuk to spark a conversation. Despite having the whole of Japan knowing who he is and some are trying to come out and get him, Light still tries to take it easy, finding himself to be stressing over how much media is covering Kira, the name he's been given online, even going as far as to talk about himself in the third person, showing a level of detachment that Light has from the Kira persona, which will only get blurrier as time goes on. Light talking so casually about all this either shows that he's already gone, or more realistically, hasn't yet fully grasped the severity of his situation. It is also in this chapter that L, after wondering why Kira couldn't kill him, theorizes that he might need a face along with a name, and tests his hypothesis by ordering the task force to do some digging into the criminals who have already been killed, just to see if there's any evidence to back up his theory. This is where we also get to see a big pro-Kira argument raise its ugly head, where Matsuda, a man who will have a bigger presence in the story than you think, brings up the fact that because of Kira, crime in Japan had dropped quite rapidly from how it was before. Kira is also leaving another nasty impression, as the police have had to deal with people calling in claiming to have either seen Kira or even confessed to being him, which just makes the world feel a lot more real in record time. Of course, some people would try and claim that they are the mass murderer. Inside this third installment, there contains a scene where Light and Sayu, his little sister, have a bit of interaction where Light shows off his mathematical intelligence, and don't get used to this. Light's family, especially his mom and sister, barely get any screen time. They are by far some of the most underdeveloped characters in all of Death Note, and honestly kinda sucks because Light and Sayu's interactions are very cute. Light continues on with his bullshit, where after saying he planned for the police to understand that he was a student, drastically changes his strategy, with L just so managing to pick up the pieces Light has been leaving for him. Light is fucking up in that he's now playing with L and is doing what he can to make L track him, rather than doing the logical thing and just escape and go back into the shadows. Light's pride is just But the biggest reveal of all is that Soichiro, the man who was the head of the Japanese task force and the character we have been seeing since chapter 1, is actually Light's father, explaining how Light had managed to get so many criminals' names even if they weren't broadcasted on TV. The final panel shows Light discussing with Ryuk about what the future of Kira is going to hold for him, and foreshadows how much Light's family will suffer in the future, showing that Light is willing to do whatever it takes to keep his identity a secret. At least, that's what he tells himself. This chapter has its own 4D chess play, with Light revealing that his plan is to kill L by allowing the task force to find L for him, so that he can swoop in and get the job done. Light, for fuck's sake. I can't stress enough that if Light just kept his ego in check, then none of this would be happening. My god, I love this shit. But he does have an obstacle that he needs to overcome now. Where's he gonna put the Death Note? So to hide the Death Note, something that Ryuk says is what all previous Death Note owners struggled with, Light creates a system that is so well thought out and so well put together that I can't help but be impressed. Light built his drawer so that there was a secret bottom where the Death Note was hidden, and this hidden bottom can only be reached with the use of a device that won't cause the contraption he made to burst into flames. It's basically a very basic science project turned into a deadly contraption so that the Death Note can never be obtained. When Death Note's writing is clever, it's incredibly clever. Oba is extremely creative with these big brain plays and really did his homework when it came to the contraption of the secret hiding spot. It makes for a very interesting take on how someone with intelligence as great as Light can hide a weapon so deadly using nothing but knowledge and ingenuity. It makes for very good drama. Fun fact, this trick that Light plays is Oba's favorite trick. He loves the over-the-top nature of it, claiming that Light was going way too far. What this chapter also shows is the police force falling apart with lots of people resigning for fear of their lives, now that L's face and name theory when it comes to Kira has turned out to be true. The conflict inside the police department was always quite interesting to me, as it was the first time we got to hear the Kira debate and the early beginnings of the morality of such a being, with both core sides of the argument being told in broad strokes. L also shows off his thinking skills and connections around the world by getting the FBI involved, to search for Kira behind the police's backs as he might be connected to someone in the Japanese police force, starting one of my personal favorite mini-stories in this saga. L's super quick deductions in finding out who Kira could possibly be has never ceased to impress me. We're only 4 chapters in and already I'm hooked. Light is saved by Ryuk by him telling Light that he's being followed, which makes Light begin to rethink some of his strategies. In an alternate world where Ryuk had never said this, Light would have been caught way earlier and his reign as Kira probably never would have happened. It's this unintentional help by the chaotic neutral demon god that makes me really love Death Note's close calls and little miracles. It just does fantastic at making you want to read more. It just goes to show that even those not willing to help you can sometimes save your life at just the right moment. Ryuk may want to be entertained, but even he has his own feelings on being stalked. It's quite endearing. This scene also has Ryuk straight up tell Light that while he's on Earth, he's taking no sides. He's just going to simply sit back and be entertained while Light is going through all this stuff. But what makes chapter 5 memorable is that this is the chapter where we finally get the ideal. A deal that a Shinigami can make with a Death Note user. The deal is that the user has the chance to be able to see the names of people if they use the Shinigami eyes, but the cost is that the user would have to give up half the remaining lifespan in order to do so. I find the way the manga illustrates the Shinigami vision to be very simple and yet so effective. The negative color change is a very nice touch. And the Shinigami eye deal is a very interesting kind of deal where if Light was to go through with it, his mission to kill L would go a lot smoother. But of course, Light, letting his own hubris and dreams of godhood blind him from its golden chance, ends up not taking it, saying that he wants to be a god for a long time, and that he can't do that on just half his life. While I would technically count this as another one of Light's fuck-ups, it is just so in character for someone like him to hear this kind of deal and refuse to take it. In ways, I personally completely get it. Half your remaining lifespan is a really, really big cost. I don't know, would y'all take it? Either way, Light is way too certain of himself that he would find other ways to get L's name, that this easy out is not considered an option for him, making the stakes of Death Note all the higher. Using the backlog of criminals that he had planned to kill already, Light has a revelation and starts to experiment with how much control he has over a person's life before killing them. Yes, Light is keeping a safe stash of criminals on the back burner so that he can use them from experimentation, just in case you haven't already figured out that he might be a bit of a psycho and is no fucking better than the people he kills. Someone playing God and just using people as lab rats is something that just makes me incredibly uncomfortable. But through these experimentations, Light's plan to get his stalker's name is a go, leaving L with a mock trail that leads absolutely nowhere. I appreciate that despite L doing really well in keeping up with Light's antics so far, it is interesting to see him fall into one of Light's traps by reading too much into one of the notes one of his victims left behind. It just goes to show that L is capable of messing up too, which has already started to humanize a character we still haven't seen the face of yet. Though I will say his plan to keep the elaborate deaths a secret so that Kira wouldn't know about them is still showing that even though he's completely in the dark about spirits and magical books, L is still playing it safe and being smart with his actions. This chapter also reveals that Light is popular with the ladies. He's a madman and can't be fixed, of course he fucking is. Chapter 7 is one of the best chapters in my opinion because of just how meticulously perfect and just how lucky everything about it was. Step 1 of his plan is to have Ray Pember, the agent who is following Light, follow him onto the bus under the illusion that he's going on a date with another girl. And if Ray Pember had just given up then and there after following Light's actions for a week, Light's plan never would have happened. My goodness, I love that. But alas, what ensues is a plan that showed that all of Light's experimentation paid off, and him using Ryuk to get the hijacker to panic and get off the bus is super clever, if not morbidly funny. Light knew that Ryuk was going to be around, so he just decided to use him. He used an innocent girl's life, other innocent people on the bus, used a Shinigami, and a deranged criminal, just so that he could get Ray Pember's name. That's so clever. He is such a twisted individual, and the last page of the chapter detailing everything that happened in one panel containing what was written in the Death Note was nothing short of amazing. Great chapter all around, and definitely one of my favorites. After Ray leaves the scene and Light's date is eager to continue their day out after witnessing a man die from a car accident, because women be womening, I guess, this is where we get our first introduction to Naomi Misura. A character that, as we go further through this story, was done incredibly fucking dirty. She picks up on the signs of Kira being around very quickly to a point where Ray needs to remind her that she must remain a woman, otherwise this story would probably end a bit too soon. But in a shocking twist of fate, the next scene reveals that all of the FBI members were killed, with Ray Pember along with them. L discusses this with the FBI head, and with 12 of their members gone, the FBI officially drop out of the race, leaving L on his own and only with the Japanese police to count on. L getting pushed back for his rash decision making and having to rethink his entire strategy going forward is a very interesting development, because it does show that even though the world respects him, people in the higher ups still have their limits. And what makes matters even worse, Light had planned for this to happen. On top of killing all the FBI members, he has decided to add some more meaning to the false trail from before, and is now making criminals write messages to give L a secret message which reads, "L, did you know that gods of death love apples?" Light is doing this side jab as a way to play with L and getting him out of hiding, and it's just, God, Light, you're such a sadistic little shit. It's still fun though to see that L is keeping up with him every chance he gets, even if all these red herrings are leaving him more confused if anything else. But the best part of Death Note is coming up in the form of Naomi Misura getting the news that Ray is dead, and her hyper-intelligence of being an ex-agent is put to great effect. Chapter 9 sets up the inner conflict Light will have with his father, where after Soichiro states that loads of police have left the task force over fear of losing their lives to Kira, he declares that he is not going to give up, and is willing to give his life for the sake of putting Kira to justice, showing off just how strong of a man Soichiro is. Even from his blank expressions and long periods of silence, you can very easily tell that Light respects the fuck out of his dad. And even though he lies through his teeth and says he will put Kira to death, which is a line that is painfully ironic, I honestly still believe that Light at this point in time meant what he said. To briefly talk about Soichiro for a second, he acts as a very good parallel to Light. Despite both wanting justice in the world, the way they go about it is what makes them drastically different people. Soichiro, a man of order and integrity, is adamant that the law, however flawed it may be, must be followed so that the world doesn't fall into full anarchy. He understands that even though the world isn't perfect, having order is the best way to deal with criminals, something that Light himself finds admirable, if not flawed from his warped perspective. But the biggest highlight of this chapter was Ray Pember's death revealed in the form of another flashback, and my god was it such a terrifying end. The manga was masterful at showing just how much control Light had over the last few hours of Ray's life, planning everything from the train rides, how he made Ray write down the names randomly so that L would get tied up on the specifics, and how much joy he got from watching Ray squirm and try to keep it cool, Light allowing himself one last gut punch as he stares down at Ray's hopeless body and tells him goodbye as the train closes and drives off, leaving Ray to die just like how he made many others perish before him. This is where the manga really starts to show off the sadistic nature of Light's character, and also a very big flaw. Light Yagami loves to win, and above all, see the loser's reaction to losing his games. He finds great pleasure in seeing the hope fade from his opponent's eyes when they realize that they figured out who he was just a second too late. It shows just how much he's willing to go through and plan out just so that he can be there in the last moment to say, "I win, now die." And all of this just to get closer to L, which he will do the exact same thing to. Through the FBI and the murders of 12 innocent people, it shows that he is dead set on making sure absolutely no one gets in his way. But his worst moment, one could argue, is still yet to come. Chapter 10 is a very big one, where lots of things happened at once. Naomi Misura is on the hunt for Kira and is already making solid steps to catching him by going to the bus driver who drove the bus on the day of the attack, narrowing Naomi's suspects from the entirety of Japan to just a handful of people.
I kinda fancy her.
Soichiro makes his grand stand against Kira and allows his men to leave the case if they wish, leaving for a meeting and coming back to see that only 5 people remained: Mogi, Aizawa, Matsuda, Ide, and Ukita. The chapter also finally makes the task force's distrust of L boil over as L finally swallows his pride and agrees to meet up with the task force in person, still going about it in the most L ways possible. Ide, however, is not having any of it as he's the first one to quit before meeting L, showing just how dangerous this case has become. L as well is aware that the move, while dangerous, can still work in his favor, knowing that Kira could possibly be very close by given his possible connection to the Japanese police. The fact that L doesn't concretely know this and yet still goes on to reveal his face to the Japanese task force is just, this is smart. This is how you do it. Smart people take risks. They have the opportunity to be wrong. And for the first time since the start of the manga, Light is starting to show doubts. He was on such a high with killing his opponents that he hadn't taken time to see if he made any mistakes, any fuck-ups that could possibly get him caught. And goddamn, if only he knew what was to come. I personally really enjoyed this chapter as it was a nice bridge to get the next big act in the story to begin. And after so many pages and built up tension, we finally get to see the face of L. Something that the author masterfully kept hidden so that you'd be scrambling to read the next chapter just so you could see him. Small little tricks like that to get someone to keep reading is just, this is the good shit. Chapter 11 wastes absolutely no time and reveals L's look right on the first page. He has eyebrows, which is something that does not stay around, and to be honest, the eyebrows were a sort of a jump scare for me at the start, because I started with the anime and yeah, L didn't have eyebrows. Something about them just looks wrong. I can't put my finger on it. Quick little fun facts. Did you know that Obata used Akira from Devilman as inspiration for L's look? He was a fan of the bags under his eyes, which allowed L to look mysterious and makes it much harder for you to tell what he's thinking. He also added the eye bags because he thought eye bags looked cool. L is also both Oba and Obata's favorite character, for similar reasons. Either way, we get our first proper introduction to L, who shows off his sadistic sense of humor by immediately humbling the task force before they even sit down to discuss the case, showing that even in relaxation, the gears in L's head to catch Kira are constantly turning. His way of explaining the risks and even doing a polite introduction shows just how much he's learned over his many years of solving cases, and his sheer unwillingness to give Kira any kind of edge over him. It's great stuff. This whole chapter is definitely one that leans very heavy on the dialogue, and trust me, that will be a lot more apparent as we go on, but through it we get a lot of information about how L works and how he understands Kira's philosophy, relating a lot of it to himself. Like Light, L admits to being someone who loves to win and hates to lose, seeing this whole Kira case as being an interesting game where he's lost so far in the fact that he has had to reveal himself to the Japanese task force. But in saying that, he is determined that he will win in the end, and gets the task force's spirits fired up in catching Kira by coming up with a hearty plan to try and psych him out, using his childish nature against him by having a fake news story go out of there being 1,500 agents being sent out to kill Kira. But while all of this is going down, Naomi Misura is in hot pursuit and has made loads of progress, even coming to the conclusion that Kira can kill in other ways besides heart attacks, something that even L hasn't done yet. Seriously, Naomi is an absolute beast for the time she's around, which makes the next part of the story all the more tragic and deeply disturbing. For the first time in the manga's run, we get to see Light fucking squirm, as Naomi Misura runs absolute circles around him, figuring out things that only L at this point has known about, all by herself. It is somewhat cathartic to watch as Light tries to remain calm even when Naomi is peeling back the curtains at a rate that is way too fast for him to act on, seeing that if she was to go tell the police what she knows, Light would instantly get caught. Light doesn't do himself any favors in adding some more steps to her theory, but it makes for a great cliffhanger as it's now a race against time for him to get her name and jot it down in this piece of the Death Note. It's just, my god, I fucking love Naomi Misura, man. Even from just the 3 chapters we've seen of her so far, she is an instant favorite. And all of the information she had managed to piece together is such a roller coaster ride to read through. And Light sees that perfectly as his anxiety of making that one mistake from before is bulldozing right in front of him, and he has to try so hard to not break down in fear at the sheer intelligence of this woman. Ryuk just sitting there and laughing in the background and saying nothing while all of this was happening is just the cherry on top. God, I love it when Ryuk just decides to be an absolute bastard at the worst times. Light is truly on his own, and he's fighting desperately to get Naomi out of the picture before it's too late. The stakes in this mini-story alone made this such a banger of a chapter. Holy fucking shit is Naomi leaving Light out to dry. She has him acting so desperate that thoughts of assault to get a name has crossed his mind, even if only temporary. Something that Light has never thought about before. And Ryuk is not helping whatsoever by taunting him about the ideal while he's in the background absolutely pissing himself as Light squirms to think up a strategy. Light figuring out that Naomi gave him a fake name and his reaction to his plan not working was morbidly hilarious. This is the first time that Light has been properly humbled, and just it is so satisfying to read. But of course, no good thing lasts forever, and the humbling is going to come to an end as we push forward to the next chapter. The end of this mini-story is finally upon us, and my god does this chapter solidify Light as being an irredeemable piece of shit. Light finally managed to get Naomi's real name, and this scene right here is the scene that I'd argue is Light's defining moment in showing the reader that his lust for power has finally, properly consumed him. Naomi Misura's death is truly disturbing. She was a character that got in the way and had to be put down, just like the many people before her. But what makes her death so distinctly horrible was just how much Light had to manipulate and use her emotions to get what he wanted, and somehow, he managed to succeed. Yeah, this is a plot point that I've always personally questioned because I feel like Naomi as a character just wouldn't give her name to Light, regardless on whether or not she trusted him. What reason would she have to just trust a complete stranger that she's not even met for about 15 minutes? And the reason why I think this is how the author talks about her when he was interviewed about it. Oba pretty much came clean and confessed that because she figured out everything too quickly, the story would be in deep shit if he didn't kill her off. The story simply wouldn't have worked if she was around for any longer. And yes, while I do understand that, I find the way that Light got her name at the very end felt too much like an ass pull in my opinion. But even despite that bit of plot convenience, it doesn't dampen the scene after, where Light, knowing that her time is up, straight up plays with her like how a cat would fuck with its food before it eats it. Not only does he confess to being Kira in the time frame where he knows she couldn't respond quick enough, but while she heads off to commit suicide, he pulls out his phone and asks if she'd like to still talk to his dad, which was the entire reason Naomi even hung out with him, taunting her with the idea that his phone was back on, an offer that he knows she'll refuse to take. Fun fact, the line, "because I am Kira," is Oba's favorite line in the whole manga. This scene of Light playing the satanic version of God is just truly disturbing and is one of the best scenes in the entirety of Death Note. Light may have toyed and destroyed the lives of others before, but none of the past kills were as cruel and as sadistic as this, especially to a person who, let's be honest, didn't deserve it at all. Light had just met this grieving woman, and upon seeing her vast intelligence and the possibility of him getting caught, his humanity shuts off, and immediately goes to kill her, so that the final loose end can finally be cut away. And to think that Light got away with such a brutal kill, right beside Aizawa, who was patrolling back to the police station, is just so fucked up to think about. Yeah, I didn't really talk about this since there was no real way to bring it up naturally, but while the Naomi story was happening, Elle was chatting to the boys about preparations they were gonna make, and Aizo was sent down to the police station to be present for the task force. That's how he passed Light and Naomi unknowingly, leaving the chapter with the cruelest and most hopeless ending I've seen so far. Light in this moment was truly a fucking bastard. With Naomi's death comes another revelation in Elle's case to catch Kira. After looking through the footage of Ray Pember's death and seeing some envelope inconsistencies, Elle gets a call from the Misra family who tells them that Naomi has gone missing. After remembering that Naomi had worked for him in the past in the case that could probably make for a good book, Elle had narrowed down that because of Ray and Naomi dead, Kira must have been someone that Ray was tailing, meaning that Elle must get drastic to get some proof. And here we get to another one of Elle's famous breakings of the law, bugging the houses of the two suspects. Yeah, Elle is quite unique in how much he is willing to break the law. Makes you happy that he is using his power and intellect to do a good thing rather than being just as bad as Kira. Yeah, I'll be talking a lot about Elle as we go through these chapters because, trust me, the shit that he does, there's a lot to analyze. Let's just say that much. The illegal bugging plan is a go, and in typical Light fashion, he has made a plan to see if his room would be spied on, and has a strategy on what to do next. This is where we also get some new Shinigami lore, where Ryu confesses that apples are like cigarettes or alcohol, and he's a massive apple addict. So, with this knowledge, Light manages to trick Ryuk into willingly go and look for cameras for him, so that he will know the blind spots, and figure out what to do next. I always found it particularly funny that Light has this very tight grip on Ryuk, but at the same time, doesn't. His constant finding of loopholes to get Ryuk to do what he wants is very entertaining to read. But aside from that, I don't have many thoughts on this chapter, since it felt a bit more like a bridge towards better and more engaging soup. But it was fun to see Light think of every possible obstacle he might have to overcome while still acting like a teenager. Elle and Soichiro are starting to talk to each other one-on-one, and yeah, their interactions are also quite enjoyable. In his quest to get closer to Elle, Light, with the knowledge that the place has been bugged, decides to let his thoughts about the 1,500 criminals be heard and manages to catch the interest of Elle and the horror of his father. While I completely understand that this is all part of Light's big brain galaxy fucking move plan, it is still really funny that he's willing to sound like an absolute nutcase just so he can win against Elle. Light has big fuck-ups and then little fuck-ups that are fueled solely by his childish nature and risk-taking. It's... this fucking character. But this chapter also contains the famous potato chip scene, and while it will go on to be way more dramatic in the anime adaptation, this plan from Light was still fucking genius. It's the only time throughout the series that he truly gets a win over Elle, and he got away with it completely scot-free. The intricacies of this plan was actually insane. The fact that Elle just never figured out how Light killed people in this very moment is just so good. But it is not all sunshine and rainbows for Light. Elle, still having his doubts and most likely just refusing to take, well, another Elle, is still on his case, meaning that Light managed to kill a few more criminals right under Elle's nose for a small price of 39,800 yen, or $250.34. A lot of stuff doesn't really happen in this chapter, but the drama and Galaxy Brain plays still makes it a very good read. While this chapter is a funny moment with Ryuk and hilarious foreshadowing of what's going to come in the end, Light continues to show off his brilliance by having to play it cool with killing criminals, finding new, ingenious ways to write down names so that even though he's still killing, suspicions of him will be dropped as the cameras will show that nothing had changed since their installment, making Elle have to give up and think of something else. This is a very nice moment for Soichiro in particular, but for Elle, the gears in his mind are already turning to think of what happened. He believes that Kira was there, and the only reason he wasn't caught was because he made no mistakes. I also want to give you this little fun piece of information before we go on. Anytime Elle says something like a percentage, you know, whenever he says, oh, there's a 3% chance that I think he's Kira, don't believe it. It is absolute bullshit. From the very start, Elle believes fully that Light is Kira. He just knows he can't prove anything at that point in time, which is why he can't say it definitively. This deceit is confirmed by Oba himself, who when asked about it, said, and I quote, "Anytime Elle throws out a number, it basically means that he suspects that person by over 90%, so you can't trust it. The truth is, he's a liar." I made those numbers up while trying to think as L would. Even swimming through his sea of bullshit, it doesn't stop L from psychoanalyzing Light in a very well written monologue and explains just how twisted and heartless Light has become, saying that his psychological state has already reached the divine level and that he's judging sinners without batting an eye. The manga does an insanely good job at illustrating just how similar these two are as people on a fundamental level, and I really appreciate it because it subtly justifies why L is keeping up with Light so much. It's something that you wouldn't really notice on the first viewing, but when you look deeper into it, you just can't unsee it. I love it. But in his admiration to Light's cause, L still knows that Light is a monster to be caught and killed, which spurs him on to go to even more drastic measures, thinking that he could possibly get Kira to confess. After Light considers using his dad to kill L like a monster, he goes and does the entrance exams he'd been studying for since the start of the story, where he finally comes face to face with L himself, leading to a chapter that is just... it's fucking glorious. Oh boy, this chapter has some good shit. L's plan to fuck with Light reaches a fantastic climax by him going up to Light and just straight up telling him he's L and daring him to do something about it. L essentially mooned Light's spirit and went, "Go on, do something, you can't." And the fact that Light just had to sit there and pretend to not be seething in rage is just, good fucking soup. L absolutely destroyed Light with a complete slam dunk that was by far the biggest risk he's taken so far. Motherfucker was so desperate to get a W that he was putting his life on the line just so that Light would budge, and that he can hit him with proof. Doing it only under the pretense that from now on, he has to be super careful with how he goes about his name. Get absolutely fucking wrecked, Light, you scrub. And fun little fact. This chapter is both Oba's and Obata's favorite chapter. They both saw this as the most exciting part of the story, with even Obata saying that his favorite line in the whole manga was, "I am L." Seeing Light be so angry at his loss and even snapping at Ryuk to show how pissed off he is was such a good moment. Even going to show that Light is way more threatening to Ryuk than what he was letting on. It's this emotional, childish side to Light that is just so fucking entertaining. But alas, Light's proper taste of the L would not go unchallenged, and he gaslights himself into thinking it's actually a good plan and he will befriend L, just so that he can kill him in the end. Truly the work of a kid getting off the high of being God again. I also just want to give a quick disclaimer before you think anything. I'm mainly just joking when I'm shit-talking Light. Listen, underneath all of my jabs and insults is an undying respect to just how well written this character actually is. Light is a fantastic main character, I truly think that. It's just... come on, it's easy to make fun of him. We finally reach meme territory as the glorious scene used to show just how in sync Light and L are as people is in this chapter, and my god, it is just as funny and just as intense as you could imagine. Everything from Light debating on whether or not he should win or lose, to L constantly taunting him to make a move to prove that he's Kira, everything about this tennis match was incredibly entertaining. Death Note's grounded story is allowed to remind itself sometimes that it is still a manga, and the art just shoots up in quality in the best tennis game I've ever seen in my life. All L and Light had to do to make this better was moan like girls, and oh my god, that would have been so funny. Which leads on to my next little fun fact. Did you know that Obata knew absolutely nothing about tennis before he drew the chapter? It was a scene that stuck out to him in particular, and through the help of his assistant, Obata managed to draw it all successfully. He also said that he really enjoyed doing it, and from the massive upgrade in the art, yeah, I could certainly see it. And another fun fact, did you know that the original ideas for Light and L's battle was going to be either fencing or golf? When Obata was interviewed, this idea of a different sports scene was mentioned, and this is what he had to say. What I first heard was that it was supposed to be either fencing or golf. When I asked, Oba-sensei mentioned wanting to have Light and L in some kind of competition at the college, so we were considering what to use. I felt more strongly about the why of the competition than the what, but the visuals of Light and L battling out in white fencing tights would probably have been very fun. However, fencing requires the characters to cover their faces with masks, and we couldn't have a crowd appearing with golf. So in the end, we went with tennis. I come from a bloodline of golfers, so yeah, honestly that fucking comment kinda stung. Also, the chapter name is thematic, because Oba likes that shit. Except when he doesn't. More on that later. After the fantastic game, L makes his own first move by saying straight up that he thinks Light is Kira, which makes us move on to the next chapter. L and Light proceed with their little back and forth and continue to try and psych each other out, using various mind games and other strategies to go about learning the true identities of each other. Having these two just sit down and talk with each other is always entertaining to read, because like I said before, Light and L's minds are so well blended together that it's great to see when and how one of them might slip up. Not to mention that because L's eyes are always so dead and black, you have no idea what he's conjuring up at any moment in time, and I always found that part of him very intriguing. Light also adds more suspicion to him by doing a thing that liars are known to do. Talk and talk and talk. Seriously, Light does a lot of explaining and shifts the point of blame to L so much that even L was getting tired of it by the end. Using that subtle technique that liars use in the Death Note story is something I also found very, very clever. It just makes Light so much more human. But the accusations have to be put on hold as through the phone, the two learn that Soichiro had collapsed due to a heart attack. Speaking of the absolute Chad that is Soichiro, there's a scene of him talking with his boss, and my god does it show just how much the Kira case is getting to him. My god, his face looks like it hasn't known sleep for years. His outburst to his boss was also very badass. Soichiro is such a good man. Sakura TV makes its first ever appearance, and by god is Demigawa, the head man, an absolute stereotype of a sleazy businessman. Yeah, just from all the very complex monologues and stuff from before that really dives into the human psyche, it is quite jarring to read a character just be so one note in his personality that he comes off more like a cartoon. He will be used to greater effect later on, don't worry, but even so, his first appearance was a bit in my opinion. I wish there was just a little bit more to him. But he's not there for long, as the stress of the Kira case had finally caught up to Soichiro, and Light has to continue to prove to L that he is not Kira. Even when asked about Kira and his description of him matched perfectly with L's, Light still shows off his ego by adding that although Kira acts like an affluent child, there is an underlying purity there, which makes Light sympathize with him. Something that L thinks is absolute bullshit. But from the way Light talks to his father and showing genuine concern, L was almost led to believe that he wasn't Kira, because of just how genuine it was. Which in my opinion is not only something interesting for L, but it makes Light far more interesting as a character. Some people in the Death Note fandom have been led to believe that Light is just a sociopath, someone that has no love for anything and anyone, and proof of this theory can be found all throughout, even in the chapters I've covered so far. But while I think there can be a case to be made of Light's sociopathy, I personally disagree with that theory, and this chapter perfectly illustrates why. Even though he treats his victims as lower than him, and he has this overall sense of smugness and grandeur whenever anyone has tried to fight him on it, Light's dad is the one exception to the rule, because Light, even though he's corrupted as Kira, still has a great underlying respect for his father and how he thinks and feels. It's safe to assume that it's all because of Soichiro that Light has this great sense of justice built into him. After all, who wouldn't? It makes sense that a police officer would raise a son that would have a strong sense of what's right and what's wrong. So because of that, every time Soichiro gives an opinion or an objection to the Kira ideology, one's filled with contempt and anger, Light, instead of dismissing and retaliating like with other people, tenses up and even goes silent, giving his father no response. His dad's words sting far greater than anybody else because he knows that his father has seen and done so many things in the pursuit of justice, and the idea of wanting to dispose of him to pursue his God of the New World ideology, and the sheer thought of killing the man who raised him, is really making Light reconsider some things. He knows that if he was to argue with his father, he would lose solely on the grounds that Soichiro has seen shit, and he hasn't. Light wants to have his dad's respect because he has been a good father and role model to him, but in knowing that he can't get that because he's fucking Kira, Light has this serious inner conflict that he has yet to resolve fully in his mind. Kira only kills the bad people. Of course he would never kill his dad, he's his family, but Kira has also killed people who were trying to expose him. His dad's trying to expose him, so why doesn't he just kill him off? Because while Kira may be a full-on monster, Light isn't just yet. And while you can definitely make the argument that Light isn't going to kill Soichiro because it would just simply get him caught, I think that the reason is way more sentimental and just way more simple than that. I think that Light is struggling to kill his dad because he doesn't want to. Light is human. Of course he's going to have biases on who he kills and who he spares. That's such a human thing to do. Sure, it's one thing to theorize about doing it when you're being calculating and mindful in your actions, but actually seeing your family in a terrible state would really shake you up. Which I think happened to Light in this chapter. His silent anger at what his dad is saying is not the act of a sociopath, but a child that's sad that his parent doesn't accept him. It's this small moment of humanity from Light that I think makes his descent into madness all the more tragic and engaging. Light may be an absolute monster for the shit he's done so far, but underneath all the terrible acts is someone who wants to do the right thing for the right people. Light does genuinely want to make a world that his father would be happy to live in. And this act of love is what makes L nearly convinced that Light wasn't Kira. All because of the genuine love that Light has for his father. It's fantastic stuff. This chapter also has some very heavy foreshadowing in that those who are haunted by Shinigami are doomed to a horrible fate, and Light, refusing to be a part of history, tells Ryuk that he will bear witness to the exception of the rule, saying that getting the Death Note has made him happier than ever before. And I like to think that just a little bit of that is bullshit. But all in all, this chapter was fantastic. Loved it all the way and had a beautiful moment of character. And it ends by beginning the saga of the second Kira. Panic spreads across the task force as tapes of Kira have been broadcasted on Sakura TV under the impression they're being threatened. Kira is saying all of what we know already, but this time done more simply, if a bit childish. However, the task force springs into action as one of the men, Ukita, makes a beeline for the Sakura TV building, only to get killed. The scene that follows this is one that I think was beautifully done. The chapter does amazing at illustrating the absolute panic and disarray that unfolds from the task force, and for the first time since we've known him, L shows another emotion besides coldness and calculating. When Aizawa wishes to head to the building and get Ukita's body, L orders him not to, and after being grabbed and yelled at by Aizawa, L is seen shaking in fear, for the first time pleading someone to not do a job. L showing genuine fear hits me far harder in that you'd imagine that someone like L would be fine with seeing stuff like this, but the reason why it's different is that not only has he seen a body, but something he believed to be true turned out to be wrong, and got someone killed as a result. Ukita's blood from this one fuck-up has now been suddenly sprayed onto his hands, and L has no idea how it happened. Everything was perfect so far. What went wrong? It just adds so much more tension to the scene, and it only gets more intense when Light's mom finds out Soichiro is out of bed and has made a beeline for Sakura's front doors. Soichiro runs in like an absolute fucking badass and does the most macho shit ever by running straight into Sakura TV, stopping the broadcast, shit-talking the head right to his face, and pulls a gun on him before he can try anything funny. This man was aware that Kira might be there to kill him, but he just went, fuck it, we ball, and did an act so courageous that the whole police department and even some newscasters are making their stand against Kira. Kira no longer has the trust of the police, and now, through this one act, Soichiro has started a war. Seriously, this man is such a fucking Chad in this story. Like, holy shit, nothing could stop that man from getting those tapes. And seeing Demigawa squirm as he can't say or do anything while Soichiro scolds him in front of his whole crew is just... This is fucking justice right here. God bless Soichiro. But the tapes have now been found, and pieces of evidence as to who could have sent them are now up in the air. And as they play the tape Kira suggested if the police didn't comply, Kira the second edition finally gets the attention of the first edition, who is fucking reveling in it. These two chapters were so fucking good. They did a really great job at showing just how dangerous Kira's ideology can be in the hands of someone who is far too deranged and drastic for their own good. Despite their alleged good intentions, this Kira is far more deadly, unpredictable, and tyrannical, using the lives of innocents who merely spoke out against him only to prove a point of their power. This Kira had L shaking in his feet and had the whole police under their thumb, even if it was just for a small amount of time. This mini-story showed the tyrannical power Kira's ideology can give a person, and with so many innocent people now dead, Light has to spring into action before it's too late. Both Light and L come to the conclusion that this Kira is a fake, and through this, both of their plans to work closer together is afoot. L's deductions of the idea of a second Kira is once again very solid and engaging to read, and Light having to think about how he'll even get to the second Kira without showing his face or his name made for some very interesting conflict. And at the very end, we get the identity of the second Kira, whose name is Misa, and the first design of the Shinigami who's following her, Rem. I like how her design looks a little bit like Ryu clothing wise, and the manga will proceed to change it quite drastically as it goes on. Fun little fact, Rem's head was inspired by the Greek monster Medusa. That does explain the almost reptilian look to her. And another fun fact, Rem is Obata's favorite Shinigami, because he likes how she's a good person. Ryuk is Oba's, because he has to be. Once Light gets involved with the task force, L uses this to see if Light can figure out if this Kira was a fake. And of course, Light passes with flying colors. They form a plan to lure this second Kira out, and Misa immediately shows that she is going to be way more trouble than ever before, by not only revealing the fact that she has the eyes, but also mentions Shinigami in the tape that she believed would be shown to the world, even telling them about notebooks. Light's inner rage at this is just hilarious to see. My god, this guy is fucking fuming on the inside. However, we get another surprising moment of humanity from L, as when he hears the second Kira talk about Shinigami, he absolutely shits himself in fright. This moment is always just very, very interesting. Just the idea of L being afraid of anything is just fascinating to me. From the look of him, you honestly would believe that he wouldn't be afraid of anything, and him being scared of basically ghosts is just... it's so childish, but it's so interesting, isn't it? Oba's reasoning for this strong reaction was that L, to quote him, immediately reasons that, taking the investigation as a whole, everything would fit if Shinigami exist. But that means he has to accept that they exist, and that shocks him. While the other members are thinking stuff like, what the heck, L is the only one who puts it all together. Oba also confesses that the strong reaction was just a reason to have L, to quote him, fall on his butt. My god, Oba is both very smart and very immature. He's a textbook manga writer. Light has to think quick on his feet and hide the existence of Shinigami under the ruse that it's a code word that only someone with Kira's powers would know. L sees this as a grand opportunity for the OG Kira to respond, knowing that him doing so would get them physical evidence, much to Light's annoyance. Important lore on how to kill a Shinigami is also revealed in this chapter in a very tragic story of how a Shinigami, named Jealous, saved the life of Misa from being murdered by a stalker. A move that cost him his life. Not only do I find this small addition to the lore quite sad and interesting as it shows that Shinigami are capable of more than just stone cold apathy, I love how Rem tells Misa to not tell anyone about how to kill a Shinigami, and right after being told the story, Misa says that she will tell Kira all about it, because Misa is a little shit that has the attitude of an attention-hungry teenage girl despite being in her 20s. Despite Misa's admittedly poor treatment in the story, which I will be discussing more as I go through it, I will say that her dynamic with Rem is very solid. The two do make a very entertaining pair. And it's also really funny to see Light get incredibly frustrated with just how immature Misa is and the fact that she sent another reply, awaiting his response. Death Note has to remind itself that the characters in the narrative are actually a bit intelligent, and allows Misa to have her own time to shine by finding out who Light is without him ever noticing her, using the power of woman. It's this small win on Misa's end that I think really helps solidify her as a solid threat, since she uses her own skills as a model to blend into society, and also be subtle enough in her hints that Light knows what she's saying, but L can only take shots in the dark. Misa may be an absolute dumbass as the story progressively sidelines her out of the story entirely, but in the early days, she has been very smart in trying to find Kira and eventually meet up with him. It's just a shame that once they meet up, these big brain plays are going to get a lot rarer for her. Fun fact, Misa was created solely because Oba thought that having an all-male cast would be boring, so he added a female character to spice up the cast. She spices up the cast, absolutely, visually, and it shows. Obata also claims that Misa was the hardest character for him to draw due to not understanding her love or die philosophy, and even claims that she was controlling him every time he drew her. As someone with a comic, god damn, that is a fucking mood. There's also a small scene of Light agreeing to go to the region Kira 2 said they're going to be going to, and L just has a spiral of suspicion that I think is quite funny to read. I swear that Light could sneeze and L would use that as evidence to him being Kira.
Chew.
Bless you, Kira.
Thanks.
Misa continues to show just how much thought she's put into covering her tracks that even Light is left impressed with how well she did it. Even being surprised on just how far she's willing to go to get not just his attention, but affection too. Misa falling in love with the man who finally killed her parents as killer adds a lot more sympathy to her, and her using the exact same logic for killing innocents back at Light unintentionally was very solid at forming some kind of bridge between the two. It's just too bad that Light is a burning madman at this point and sees her as nothing more than a means to an end, something Misa is a-okay with because Light is just too perfect in his Kira killing ways. Yeah, women are not exactly the most complex in the story of Death Note. Naomi Misora was literally the last character that we got that, so just get used to it. But what is complex in this chapter, because of the message Kira 2 sends saying that they have found Kira 1, L now seriously suspects Light due to how this happened right after he went to the region Kira 2 said they would go. Yes, Misa did have a very solid plan and didn't end up getting caught, but through this one mistake, she just put another target on Light's back, which I think is really interesting. After Misa and Light talk about how much Light is an absolute slut and Misa is not about that polyamorous relationship life, the argument reaches a breaking point when Light threatens Misa and uses textbook manipulation by trying to be nice and then getting mad when it doesn't work. He straight up says that he'll kill Misa if she gets in the way, only for Rem to swoop in from the shadows, daring him to do so if he values his own life. Yep. Rem has fallen in love with Misa and I just think it's quite cute. It's adorable to see just how serious she is with her threat to Light to a point where even Light can't fight back against her. Rem has just made things infinitely more complicated and Light's low treatment of human life, he now realizes, is not going to work here. Praise Rem for being the only shred of humanity left in this story and making Light have to think. Light curses Rem for making things too complicated, he is revealed to also be dating a girl named Takeda behind Misa's back like an absolute trailer whore, and L shows that he's one step ahead by theorizing that the Kiras have met and joined forces due to the absolute 180 Kira 2 has done. L continues to have good observations as per usual, and he even tries to pull a fast one on Light by talking about what might happen to him if he was to go on TV, like how Kira 2 suggested, only for Light to call him out on his bullshit because by this point he has a solid understanding on who L is as a character because he just let him for real. But then, L says something that throws Light for a loop by saying that he wishes that he wasn't Kira, because he considers Light to be his first ever friend. Now this is where we get to a discussion about the relationship between L and Light. Was L being genuine here? Now, I can definitely see how there might have been some inner hope for L that he and Light could be friends, and there might have been even a small possibility that Light was maybe even slightly touched by this declaration of friendship. But I personally believe this moment is something that, while it is cute and wholesome on the surface, in reality, is nothing but bullshit. And I'll tell you why. At this point in the story, L has been doing whatever it took to make Light confess. While he never straight up admits it, his actions so far have shown that L does not really like Light at all. Sure, he may be impressed with the way Light reasons and respects how well he can keep up with him all the time, even being smart enough to know when he's bullshitting, but I think L shows signs of respect in the same way that a rival would commend an enemy for getting a good shot in. While there is commending and respect there, that does not mean that he necessarily likes him. I personally believe he just said something like that to throw Light off a bit, just as another way to fuck with him in a sense. Knowing L so far, that makes complete sense to me. And my second reason for believing this is reading up on behind the scenes tidbits of the story. Not only was there confirmation that L always highly suspected Light of being Kira by the author himself, like I mentioned before, when he was asked about the friendship between Light and L, he also said that throughout the story, L and Light are not friends, but bitter enemies. To quote Oba himself, nope. And when L says that Light was his first friend, that's a big lie. He never considers him a friend. He probably secretly thinks really negative things about him. Yep, sorry shippers, the author doesn't agree. And when you look at the story, this makes complete sense. Death Note is all about the cat and mouse game being played by two minds that are desperately trying to get the other to fuck up. It wouldn't really make much sense that the two people who are trying to kill each other the most would ever become friends. It's a very nice thing to think about, absolutely. When I watched the anime, I thought there actually might have been some tragic friendship festering between the two. But unfortunately, that's not the reality of the story. L is trying to kill Light just as much as Light is trying to kill L. These two absolutely despise each other. This chapter also has the famous line of Light wanting to punch a woman after he sees Misa. Based! And after using even more manipulation on Misa to get Rem to do what he wants, Rem goes along with the idea to kill L herself. Something that Light can barely believe just happened. Seriously, the manipulation he uses on Misa is just so shitty, like poor fucking girl. Light is a slut! Absolute fucking town bike, as after he kissed Misa to get her to be infatuated with him, he mentions two other names to Ryuk. Light, my goodness, I know you're trying to cover your tracks, but holy shit, you are an absolute whore. Motherfucker's playing God and he's already getting concubines, ain't that wonderful? While L is riding across Japan, L declares to Soichiro that if he is to die in a few days, then Soichiro must assume that his son is in fact Kira, much to Soichiro's anger. Poor Soichiro is getting his son accused left and right so much that you just can't help but feel bad for the man. At some point you just wish he wasn't, just so that this dad can get a break. So, L decides to take another risk and go out of hiding, and the next time Light meets L is the day he plans to kill him, as Misa runs up to him unexpectedly, catching a full view of L's real name. Light's reaction when he meets up with L again is fucking priceless. Man is seething on the inside. Light is nearly beside himself in joy as he revels in his celebration and doing what is possibly his greatest fuck up yet, calling Misa's phone after she gets dragged away. Why is this a fuck up? Well, it turns out that during the commotion of fans going up to Misa and Misa feeling someone touch her up, it was in fact L who had touched her with the goal of stealing her phone. The very same phone that Light called for whatever reason. Yeah, if L wasn't suspicious of Light enough beforehand, then this absolutely sealed the deal for him. Look at that face. That is the expression of someone who's won. So L casually answers the phone and after giving it back, puts a halt to Light's plan to call Misa's other phone by saying that the task force has arrested Misa under the belief that she is the second Kira. And this is where we get evidence number 3 of L's twisted mind breaking the law, the capturing and torture of Misa Amane, something I will definitely be covering further as the chapters go on. So here's a little fun fact to keep you all entertained for now. The chapter's title card was actually moved to the middle of the page of Misa being restrained, because the imagery, according to Obata's editor, was on morally dangerous ground with Shonen Jump, something that surprised Obata because he thought that he had held back a lot when he was drawing it. But controversy or not, Misa is kept in confinement for 3 whole days without food and water, and desperate to not be a snitch, begs Rem to kill her, something that was probably very disturbing for the task force to watch. And then, as Light is thinking hard about killing Misa, Rem comes up to him and tells him the situation. Misa has given up her ownership of the Death Note, meaning that her memories with it are gone, along with L's real name. Light at this point in the story is absolutely fucked for ideas, only to have them worsened with Rem threatening that if he doesn't save Misa, she'll kill him, leading to the next exciting story that I'm particularly very fond of. Light's big brain plan to kill L for good. Light renounces his ownership of the Death Note that Misa gave him, and after Rem flies off, tells Ryuk to renounce Light's ownership of his original Death Note when he tells him to get rid of it. L continues his torture of Misa as she has a very sudden change in attitude from before. With this twist in events, they have no way of getting her to confess as being the second Kira. This is where Light comes in and admits that not only does he think he's Kira, thinking that it might be another personality, something L is absolutely not buying at all, but he agrees to being confined away for as long as it takes to get L to believe that he isn't Kira. This step in the plan is certainly one that is very risky for Light to take given just how much information L has managed to gather so far, but it's still really cool to see Light go through and work on the plan as the story goes forward. Things are about to get a little bit tense. In this chapter, Soichiro has finally had enough. He simply can't take the idea of his son being Kira and is worried about how he's going to act going forward, even going as far as to think about resigning from the Kira case and go along with being confined that he can't act out. L doing all of this to poor Soichiro is fucked, but you gotta respect just how determined Light's dad is throughout all the bullshit he's had to put up with. This man's an absolute trooper. Days pass, and Light officially gets rid of the Death Note. And it's through this do we get to see Light return to his eyes, where everything from his face to his mannerisms are all completely different from before. He's now far more expressive, more emotional, and way louder than before, something that completely throws L in for a loop because he can't tell if this is an act or if it's genuine. Fun fact. Obata had gotten so used to drawing evil Light that when his editor told him that Light lost his memories in the Death Note and he had to draw him like how he looked back in chapter 1, he was slightly freaked out because he had completely forgotten how to draw him before. My god, as an artist I relate to this so fucking hard. But in a twist of events, Kira has returned and 2 weeks worth of criminals had just been killed, all while Light has remained confined. Soichiro is told the morbidly good news, and even L is hesitant to tell him that he still believes that Light is Kira, saying that he's in the grey. Yeah, if I was in L's shoes and I had that face looking back at me, I'd hesitate as well. But because L does not like taking his namesake, he implores to everyone that Light not be told about the criminals being killed, just so that he could possibly get a last-minute confession out of him, just to be safe. L is such a spiteful cunt. He has all of this evidence against him and he refuses to back down. It is just so funny. After Aizawa roasts the fuck out of L and makes his motives bare for all to see, L comes up with a strategy involving Soichiro that will go down, in my opinion, as the most fucked up plan L has ever done. In a last-ditch effort to get one confession out of Light and Misa to being Kira, Light orders Soichiro to take them to a deserted area and say that he's going to kill them, even going as far as to pull out a pistol and fire a blank straight at Light's head for good measure. The idea was that if Soichiro was killed by either Misa or Light, then Light would be guilty as being Kira, because L is still under the impression that Kira is the kind of person to kill his own family if it means he can escape. What the fuck, L? Jesus Christ, of all the things that L has done, this shit is not talked about anywhere near as much as it should. While yes, nobody died from all of this, the psychological torment that L was willing to put all three characters through for the sake of a win is absolutely disgusting. Soichiro just got out of 50 days of confinement. He looks like absolute shit. And L, being the bastard he is, just tells him to go along with a plan that is 100% going to fuck him up for life. It's the first time I also felt bad for Light, because you can genuinely see the absolute terror in his eyes at the thought of his own father going to murder him over something he genuinely thinks he didn't do. This whole plan L did just to try and get a fucking W is just so fucked up when you really start to think about it. And it shows that the fanbase vision of L is so warped from how he actually is in the story. L is not this ooh-woo weird boy that has bad social skills. He's a fucking bastard that just so happens to be doing a good thing. He kept poor Misa restrained and confined for over 50 days just so that she would budge and give him what he wanted. And then after all that, had her believe that she was going to die alongside Light right after she was finally freed. Misa goes through so much fucking shit in this story, it is insane. If this doesn't convince you that L is a piece of shit, then I don't know what will. But don't worry, just in case you're still on Team L, it gets worse. Because L couldn't turn his L into a W, he's decided that in order to catch Light in the act, he is going to be chained up to him 24/7, meaning that Light will have no privacy whatsoever. This is once again another complete violation of human rights that would not settle well in court, but at this point in the plot, L is just collecting crimes like fucking Pokemon cards. I'm not even shocked anymore. He also loves to put Misa in her place, even after all he's put her through. This chapter is also where Light is showing very drastic differences, as when L tells him that he should try and sweet talk some information out of Misa to try and get what she knows about Kira, Light says he's not about that life, declaring that messing with someone's emotions is the most despicable thing a person can do. I find it absolutely hysterical that Light showing some restraint when it comes to interacting with women is just making L more suspicious of him. I'm sorry, that's just so funny. The Light I knew was a shagger. Who is this good Christian boy? It also just tragically goes to show that Light was actually a pretty good guy before the Death Note made him nuts. What L also reveals to the boys is that there is a new HQ that is under construction, and while all this is happening, we finally get to see the antics of the new Kira, contained inside the walls of a company named Yotsuba. The three heads of the company, in knowing that one of them is Kira, discuss enthusiastically in who they should kill to get their stocks up, leaving Rem absolutely disgusted. Rem's complete opposite behavior to Ryuk is always fun to see because you know that Ryuk would have found everything happening in Yotsuba incredibly entertaining, and seeing a Shinigami with any kind of moral compass is actually really fascinating. I appreciate Death Note for having lots of variety in character motives and conflicts, especially relating to the Shinigami. Here is where we get to what is, in my opinion, one of the most cathartic chapters of the manga. L is still around Light 24/7, and after all the bullshit he has done up to this point, L has the gall to tell Light that because he isn't Kira, at least not anymore, he has to start all over again from square one, and that makes him depressed. L, you piece of shit. Motherfucker has sent a criminal to his death to try and find Kira, has gotten 12 FBI members and 1 ex-FBI member killed, bugged 2 family houses with multiple cameras and microphones, put 3 people in confinement for 50 days, kidnapping one of them and putting her through absolute hell, and psychologically tortured Light to believe his father was going to kill him, all so that he could get a confession. L has committed so many crimes, crossed so many boundaries, stepped on so many toes throughout his whole investigation, and he has the nerve to drop it all because he might be wrong. My god, this character is so fucking well written. He really is as childish as Light. Holy shit. Honestly, Light's punch was cathartic to see. This is where I'd also like to make a disclaimer where, just like with Light, even though I'm ragging on L, I still do really love him as a character. I really do. These two are just they're so childish. Despite being an absolute sociopath with little to no morals at all, he is still so human in being such an immature little shit, proving ever since we first saw him in person that taking an L hard enough is enough to knock all of the wind out of his sails. It's so entertaining. Fun fact about the fight. The reason they fought was solely because Oba wanted to see Obata draw it. He just loved his art that much. Seriously, if you can get your hands on the How to Read Book of Death Note, something that has been an absolutely amazing source for this whole video, please go read the whole interview between Oba and Obata. The two praise each other so much, and it's so cute. With that fun fact aside, we also get to see how the new Kira operates, where he reveals that when the first week of Kira being gone had happened, it was quiet. But when the second week came round, crime doubled due to criminals believing he was gone for good. This small reveal shows just how much Kira has already changed the world for the worst. Criminals are now only stopping because they know that they will get caught, while the innocent beg that Kira will return so that the crime would go back to lower rates. The world is now completely out of whack, and new Kira states that if the OG Kira isn't going to come back, then he would take his place. But his motive for killing criminals is far more business savvy than righteous. I always loved this shit with Death Note, and my only real complaint is that, while yes we get hints of it here and there, we never really get to see how the world responded properly to Kira's reign. A lot of it is just through quick debates, and people just acting shitty for just a few panels. I wish there was just a little bit more, but in saying that, it does make sense. After all, this is literally just about the story of Light's time with the Death Note, who, speaking of, has just found a clue to the Yotsuba company that gets L reinvigorated with beginning the case again and catching Kira. This chapter finally introduces a new factor to Kira that has been on the back burner for the longest time: politics. Because this new Kira is more business savvy, politicians and the government have been made aware that Kira is coming after them and are even accepting big bribes from Kira so that he can get them to do what they want. Because of this, the boss of the task force, fighting under his own better judgment, has told Soichiro that if he wants to continue his quest to catch Kira, he would have to quit his job. And being the absolute chat he's always been, Soichiro doesn't hesitate with his resignation, makes his way towards the HQ, and tells them all straight about what's going on, making it clear that he is going to stay on the case no matter what. There is some inner debate amongst the group, and L comes out with something that is a very close sign to a sign of respect for his peers, telling them that thanks to all of their help, he can make it to the finish line with catching Kira, promising that he will return with his head. L may be a deranged individual, but even he is capable of being a good sport, and thanking the boys for allowing him to get away with so much shit. I think it's a nice little moment for him. Chapter 40 is one of those bittersweet chapters, where while we get to see the determination of Soichiro and Matsuda, who have been very keen on staying with L, Aizawa is the only person who is having serious doubts. Due to having a family with young kids who need to see their father, Aizawa can't risk going unemployed, and L reveals to him that once he's gone, he will not be allowed to return and he will not be updated anymore on the case, a condition that, while harsh, is very understandable given who L is. Aizawa doesn't want his family to suffer because of his own hubris like Soichiro, but he's been on the Kira case for so long that he as well doesn't want to leave. He's already sacrificed so much, even things relating to his marriage where he came in with a plaster that he got from his wife in the last chapter due to them fighting. Aizawa has clearly been going through the ringer, and giving up now, to him, would mean that everything was a waste of time. Ugita's death would have been for nothing. However, Soichiro gives it to him straight, and suggests that Aizawa should go back to the MPA, saying that he'd be better off that way, because at least he could be with his kids. Soichiro is also a father. He completely gets how important a dad is to the growth of young children. And while Aizawa fights internally, he is suddenly told by Watori that even if he was to quit, his family would be financially secured, something that L didn't tell him because he wanted to test his loyalty. Enraged, Aizawa finally quits the investigation, making his dislike to L very clear before he goes, snapping when L says he likes people like Aizawa. I personally believe that even if L doesn't have any friends, I still think that underneath all of his dead eyes towards Aizawa, he had grown a genuine respect for the man, and even though the feeling isn't mutual, he's sad to see him leave. L is just too weird of a person to ever be able to express that gratitude normally, but his promise that he would help out the people who had helped him all this time is quite touching. It's just too bad that Aizawa doesn't feel the same way. After Aizawa's resignation, the boys are straight back to work, and much like Aizawa, Matsuda, who has been treated as the goofball all this time, is having his own doubts in his place on the task force. While everyone does their best to work on the Kira case, like Soichiro picking up on a detail in the Yotsuba case that neither Light or L picked up on, and Mogi proving to be a powerhouse in his own right, Matsuda is left to be Misa's manager, a role that is not taken seriously at all by the task force, and it's really starting to get to him. After L hires 2 professional underground criminals to help him get into Yotsuba, let's add that to L's crimes also, thank you. The chapter ends on one last scene, with Aizawa meeting his family at a park, where Aizawa, realizing what he's done, breaks down and cries in front of his own child. Maybe it was because he could finally be with his family. Maybe it was because he quit and never avenged Ukita. Maybe it was giving up on the boys when they were so close to the finish line. Maybe it was anger for L messing with him and feeling betrayed that he was going to be fine without his help. Or maybe it was relief in knowing that despite quitting the case, his family was going to be fine, after all. There's loads of things that could be the reason for Aizawa crying. Or better yet, it could be a combination of all the above. Aizawa's arc, while it wasn't a focal point in the story, still had a lot of rich material that a reader can get out of in his small few moments. Either way, this chapter for me was particularly excellent. Aizawa's character, someone who we really only got to see mere glimpses of throughout the story, was allowed to shine bright before he left the plot, and I found this chapter overall to be a very bittersweet one that tackled many great ideas with very effective execution. Good fucking soup, Boba. Good fucking soup. Matsuda. After feeling an insecurity with the strength of 1,000 suns, Matsuda tries to take things into his own hands, shockingly doesn't get spotted by anyone in the building or even any security cameras, and manages to luckily overhear people talking about a meeting similar to Soichiro's findings. I find it funny that L had spent the entire chapter coming up with a brilliant plan, only for it all to be tossed out the window because Matsuda took things into his own hands. L's reaction was just priceless. And look, usually I would criticize a character for doing such reckless behavior, but it's so in character for Matsuda to do this that I just can't help but smile. It makes him so much more interesting. His way of getting into the building is so textbook spy movie that I can't help but be amused that he got so far. Of all the very smart minds in the story, Matsuda doesn't really have that, but I like the fact that the author likes him so much that he can't bring himself to kill him. Even if he is very stupid. But even with his massive fuck-up, Matsuda proves to be a very good actor and improviser by immediately working his terrible situation in his favor by using Misa to buy him some time, allowing him to overhear the Yotsuba members talking about Kira and how they're planning to kill him. L also has a funny moment of figuring out Matsuda's situation by talking to him casually and giving him subtle hints to make him work out what the story is with him. These couple of panels for some reason to me are just really amusing. Misa gets invited into the building and begins a scene that shows that L still has a great mind for improvisation, by having Matsuda pretend to kill himself during a party right in front of the Yotsuba members, tricking them into believing that Matsuda is out of their hair. I always really liked this part of Death Note for some reason. Something about this last minute plan just worked so well for me. And it proved that Matsuda, even though he fucked up big time, managed to narrow down the 300,000 Yotsuba members to just 8. Great job, Matsuda. You idiotic legend. The plan to fuck over Yotsuba is a go, as one of the criminals L hired, a professional conman named Iber, manages to con 2 million yen out of the company after a heavy discussion by the 8 Yotsuba members, Iber pretending to be a famous detective called Arado Coil. I do appreciate this chapter because even though you, as the reader, know that Coil doesn't actually exist, because the top 3 detectives in the world are actually L and he did this intentionally so that he wouldn't get caught, the manga still shows that the members of the Yotsuba company are still quite intelligent with the information they know on hand. They're still playing their cards right, and as they do so, they're still trying to figure out who Kira is among them, and the fact that I have genuinely no idea given the context so far, I think is very impressive. Just for the newbies watching this video, why don't you guys take a guess on who you think the new Kira is and post a comment down below. It's a nice little game you can play as you watch the video. Choose one and see if you're right. I will know if you edited your comment, so no cheating. Either way, with Aiba's high now satisfied, the next criminal, Weddy, an infamous lockpicker, has installed all the necessary cameras needed for the boys to spy on the Yotsuba members, leaving this chapter on a serious cliffhanger that makes me just want to pick up the next volume and keep reading. With the Yotsuba members discussing and pretty much confessing to at least having connections to Kira, they have a new set of people they wish to kill. Light and Soichiro are absolutely horrified by the heartless way the Yotsuba members talk about the lives of living people, but L wants to wait until one of the people they said would die actually dies, so that L could get some proof. It's at this moment where you see just how much Light took from his dad, as not only him, but Soichiro argue against L in almost the exact same way. It's both cute and also incredibly tragic to see that in an alternate timeline, Light would have grown up to be exactly like his dad with all the same moral values and objections to L's psychotic ways of dealing with Kira. Man, Light, you are such a good boy. Such a good boy. This is sad. Seriously, the way L talks to Light and Soichiro like he's almost annoyed that they're objecting to not want to see people die is just so morbidly funny to me. Even passive-aggressively saying that saving people is more important than catching Kira. God, L, you fucking psychopath. Even so, Light is not just going to stand by and watch as he immediately jumps into action by using one of the Yotsuba members, Namikawa, to do their bidding for the time being. L is so impressed at Light's quick thinking and coming up with an idea he would have come up with himself in a faster time that he gives Light a compliment by telling him that if he was to ever die, Light could easily replace him as the new L.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
This chapter is one that I think really highlights just how immature L can be when he's backed into a corner. Despite being shown that Light is not Kira, at least not anymore, he still believes that he will eventually become Kira again and will do what he can to kill L. Even when Light asks him to his face if he could ever become a murderer with an expression that has no killer intentions behind it at all, L still says, "Yeah, you'd kill me, lol, cope and seethe." I swear Light being more emotional and human makes the Yotsuba arc so much better to read through. But the conflict does not end there. When Light and Soichiro insist that they try and arrest Yotsuba before they can kill anyone else, L just goes, "Fuck it, I'll catch Kira myself, you boys are on your own, good luck," dragging Light with him because he won't remove the cuffs. I know I've been saying this a lot throughout this video, but I just find it really funny that this super smart and amoral little shit acts like a sulking child when people tell him that they won't go through with his methods. It adds so much more humanity to a character that feels, let's be honest, very alien. So, it's a race between L and the task force, and L has an idea to use Misa's love for Light to get into the Yotsuba HQ and find out which one is Kira using Misa as bait, much to new Light's disgust. L treats Misa about as well as OG Light, with the only real difference between them being that Light is more honest with his dislike of her. Misa is done so dirty so much of the time, but fortunately, Misa will have her own time to shine, and her quick wit and intelligence will make her into someone that really shouldn't be underestimated. She even made someone like L feel horny. I don't care what you say, that is a fucking power move. The Yotsuba company, after getting a false report from Coil, agreed to meet up with Misa for an interview. Behind the scenes, Kira declares that he will take Misa as his wife as the idea of the status and fame was just too tempting to not take. Gotta love how much the Death Note brings out the absolute worst in people so much that even the Shinigami are like, bro, what the actual fuck? Either way, the interview hijack is a go, and after doing a mock trial that shows that L will use whatever excuse he can to be able to hit a woman, showing another thing that he and Light have in common, Aiba, still using the Coil alias, manages to swindle more money out of the Yotsuba members and be present for the interview with Misa, Aiba having already met her beforehand. After a few questions that show just how good of an actress Misa is, she requests a break from the bathroom after one of the Yotsuba members suggested it first, saying he was going to take a while. Rem, worried for Misa's life as a housewife to a corrupt businessman, reveals herself to her by making her touch a piece of the Death Note she had ripped out in her last scene. And just, that last panel is absolutely stellar. Obata knocked it out of the park with this one. Rem immediately gets to work in reminding Misa about a lot of what happened, and Misa, being Misa, takes it better than anyone realistically would in this situation. This chapter shows a lot about how Rem acts, and after finally understanding Light's perspective on humanity, she's now completely on board with helping him, even though she is in no rush to give up her own life. She also talks to Misa fondly and shows that despite growing feelings for Light, her love for Misa is still very strong, and she will do what she can to protect and save her from any kind of danger. Rem really is a fantastic addition to the story. Her role in making the narrative so much richer cannot be understated. It's great to see a Shinigami with a moral code and one that looks out for others instead of looking from afar, all the while having emotions that are very, very human. She's great, and her presence finally reveals which one of the Yotsuba members is actually Kira. Boom! There we go, Higuchi is Kira. Did you get it right? If you did, congrats, you now have bragging rights. Good job. To those who cheated, you're dead to me. And fun little fact, did you know that during the Yotsuba arc, Obata had no idea who Kira was for the longest time and thought it was either Narigawa or this guy who was called Mido. He was actually disappointed that Higuchi was Kira because he found him too pathetic to be a villain but still enjoyed drawing him. Oba says that the reason he chose Higuchi was that he was the least obvious suspect, and after looking at all of Obata's designs, went with him. I'm sorry, but the idea that the artist of Death Note himself was drawing this saga having no idea who Kira was for the longest time is both so funny and so smart at the same time. I personally believe that that is why it was so hard to come up with a solid answer on who was Kira, because even the artist didn't know and couldn't drop any hints that could lead you in a possible direction. That's so cool, I love that. But here is the chapter where Misa's intelligence is shown on full display, and my god, this one act that made this whole case barrel forwards towards completion is actually insanely genius. Misa manages to get away from Mogi, who was acting as her manager, by using one of her friends as a decoy to get out of a movie shoot and meet up with Higuchi, who before was trying to meet up with her during the Matsuda incident. Using Rem as her guardian angel, Higuchi confesses to being Kira and promises to stop killing criminals in hopes that Misa would marry him, in addition to proving his power. Misa caught Higuchi hook, line, and center, made it back to HQ completely unharmed, and recorded the entire thing on her cell phone for all of the task force to hear. This whole plan is why I find it annoying that Misa is sidelined throughout a lot of the story. When she's able to think for herself and she devises a plan, she shows clear as day that she is not only incredibly intelligent, but super resourceful. She takes everything and everyone in her possession into account and cooks up plans that only get fumbled from tiny mistakes anyone would make no matter how smart they were. She used Higuchi's slimy and creepy nature against him, using her powers as an actress and model to catch him hook, line, and sinker in promising that she would marry him. She uses her femininity so effectively that it's honestly terrifying just how smoothly the plan went for her. Misa is an absolute fucking beast of a character that does not get anywhere near the amount of respect she truly deserves. And it's great to see that this chapter showed how smart she can be when she really tries her best, even leaving someone like L completely stunned. Who in the cast after Light can say something like that? That's insane. With the brand new information on Higuchi and L using Light's ideas on what he would have done if he was Kira, L seriously just can't let shit go and it's fucking hilarious, a big brain plan is thought up by everyone in the group. They are going to try and get Higuchi out of hiding by having him try to kill Matsuda, who will give a fake interview on Sakura TV, something that's only possible because Demigawa has become this world's Alex Jones. Minus the truth. Matsuda knows the risks of what might happen to him if the plan goes wrong, but he shows that he can be among the Chads and agrees to do it with determination. I truly do love the Yotsuba arc because so many characters just get their nice little moments and Matsuda just gets so many of them. Good on you, Matsuda, you absolute legend. While this plan is very intricate and will show off the great intelligence of everyone involved, I will admit it was hard to read at times because of the sheer amount of text on each page. Death Note was fine with the dialogue for a while, but as the story goes on, you will start to see this a lot more and it really does slow down the plot at times. But fortunately, walls of text in the Yotsuba arc are very few and far between. Everyone in Yotsuba now know of Higuchi's identity, and my god does Higuchi get played like a fucking fiddle. This chapter was so fun to read because of just how well everything plays out in the task force's favor. Higuchi, while still intelligent enough considering he isn't aware of the plan because no shit, unfortunately allows panic to set in and makes himself look more and more guilty with every passing second. L has this guy wrapped around his little finger, and everything he needs to know is coming to him on a silver platter. The climax of the Yotsuba arc is such a glorious ride, and Higuchi's downfall is such a beautiful car crash that your eyes are just peeled to every page of the story. This shit is just so good. Higuchi makes everyone believe he is an absolute schizo and starts openly talking and discussing with Rem about what he should do, making L jokingly think he's talking to a Shinigami. I'm not gonna make the foreshadowing joke, it's too fucking easy at this point. He manages to successfully break into the company that Matsuda is supposedly working at, tries to get his name, writes it down, only to realize that the name is also bogus, and he starts talking and ranting to Rem, someone that none of the other people can see. It's really entertaining to see everyone on the task force try to wrap their heads around what's happening, and it serves as a good reminder that this is realistically how anyone would be acting in a situation like this. Death Note is so good at tricking you into thinking that the characters are so far behind, when in actuality they're working with everything they have. And what they don't have is the idea of the supernatural, which is why it's so easy for you as the reader to understand what's going on. It just makes the characters so much more engaging to read about, and when Higuchi gets really fucking desperate and makes the ideal, seeing Light and L figure out immediately what's going on is just, this is the good soup. The climax of the Yotsuba arc is now upon us, and with nowhere left to run, Higuchi makes a beeline for the Sakura TV HQ, only to find out that the people behind the glass were actually dummies. He gets surrounded but manages to shoot Soichiro in the shoulder before he sprints off and gets himself cornered. There's two scenes contained in this chapter where both Soichiro and Light get offered to use guns, and both men who respect the Japanese law and absolutely refuse to give up their principles give the exact same answer. Light is such a father's boy, I love him so much. Absolute legend Soichiro is as well. To go up against Kira with nothing but his bare hands because he doesn't want to break the law is just, my god does this man have fucking balls of steel. It's little moments like these in Death Note that I truly fucking love. And what's even better, the police have joined in on the fight, because it turns out that behind the scenes, Aizawa and Ide have been working in secret with other police members to be on site if Kira was to ever be caught. Seeing Aizawa come back after so long and allowing him to have that satisfaction of bringing at least one Kira to justice is something so beautifully poetic that it makes me just shed a tear in joy. So many things in Death Note leave and then just come back like a boomerang. It's so good. And it makes me immediately want to pick up the next volume where we get to the truly excellent chapters that bring this saga to an end. The Death Note is finally revealed to the task force with Higuchi revealing everything. Mogi and Soichiro reacting very realistically to seeing Rem without warning. L gets his hands on the Death Note, starts going crazy with conclusions that tie everything back to Light and Misa, and Light, at long last, gets his memories back, returning to his evil state and inciting his plan to kill Higuchi in the next chapter before it is too late. Having Light's memories come back in a 2-page spread and having a full page of his truly evil smile just shows how awesome Obata's art truly is. This big move forward for Light was so fucking satisfying to read, even if the pure Light I grew to love throughout this arc is gone forever. Light shows off his massive brain in a flashback by using every loophole he possibly can, and made the next step of his plan so intricate that it honestly hurt my brain a little trying to understand all of it. But after reading it a couple of times, I have it figured out. So, the way he went about the plan was this. He gave up ownership of Misa's Death Note and made Rem give the Death Note to Ryuk, who then gave it back to him, meaning he now has ownership of Misa's Death Note again. He then takes the first Death Note, his one, and gives it to Ryuk, who gives it to Rem, meaning that Rem is now attached to that Death Note, meaning she has to stay by the side of whoever she gives it to. Because of that, Ryuk is now attached to Misa's Death Note and he will appear when she picks it up. With this all planned out, this means that Light will regain his memories of his Death Note, meaning that the memories of where Misa's Death Note will be return to him and he can incite the plan. Did you get all that? It's confusing, I know, it took me a few tries to figure this out, but I think I got it right. As for the plan to kill Higuchi, Light uses his watch that has a piece of the Death Note inside, and he will write the name in his blood, crumple up the paper, and swallow the evidence. While doing this, Light has to make sure that he holds onto the Death Note at all times so that number 1, his memories won't go away, and 2, when Higuchi dies, the ownership of the Death Note will come back to him. This galaxy brain plan that certainly gave me a headache was still really enjoyable to read and see be executed, and Light's silent glee after killing Higuchi and knowing that L's death is right around the corner adds to the many reasons why I find Death Note to be absolute peak fiction. God, this arc has just so much good shit in it. L continues to be a thorn in Light's side because now that he is aware of the existence of Shinigami and that the Death Note is in fact real, he immediately starts drawing parallels between the Death Note, Light, and Misa, asking Rem all about the Death Note and tries to find potential clues from her. He's just so desperate to not let Light go free, it's so funny. Even with rules that as far as he knows are true, he's still sulking and going, "No way, Light has to be Kira." I say as far as he knows because Light, in his usual really smart thinking, has thrown in a curveball by making Ryuk write down some extra fake rules so that his victory can be all but guaranteed. These rules and the specificity of them do absolute wonders at making everyone in the task force worried about what might happen to them if they broke them. Because one of the rules is, if you burn away the Death Note, then everyone who held onto it will die. It's also enjoyable to see the God Complex come back so strongly with Light, as he declares that he will kill L for the sin of defying him. Light, you are such a bastard and so pathetic. God, I love you. But Light's plan still needs to come to fruition, as Misa is finally allowed to be let go, and through her, Light can begin the next step in killing L. Misa regains her memories with the Death Note, and in a shocking twist of events, she can't remember L's name for a reason that is so simple and yet so effective. She won't write down L's name because she forgot it. Because she has stared at thousands of names when she had the eyes. And that just makes so much sense. Because yeah, the Shinigami eyes would be an absolute hindrance. Of course you wouldn't remember the name of just one person in the sea of thousands. But it's nothing to worry about. Ryuk has come to the rescue and after showing that he's afraid of thoughts, agrees to do the ideal with Misa no problem, much to Rem's horror and Light's delight. Yeah, Light had assumed that there was a chance that Misa would have forgotten and made other plans, and the fact that he is so nonchalant about the fact that Misa has halved her already halved lifespan, Light just truly shows that the asshole Kira is back and more brutal than ever. He has everything wrapped around his finger, and I just want to read more to see how everything ends. The grand finale is now here. Light has everything planned out, and all he needs to do is wait for Rem to realize what he's doing and make sure she kills L so that Misa can be saved. Light reminds us all that in the pursuit of justice, he becomes a monster so nasty and cruel that even Shinigami are not safe from the executions. This final step reveals Light for who he really is. An incredible thinker, a master manipulator, a brilliant leader, and a ruthless monster. He has now shown his true colors, at least to Rem, and her realizing what's about to happen makes this such a memorable chapter. And with that, Rem goes through with the plan. L, in a last-ditch effort to make Light guilty, decides to call the Death Note out on its bullshit by committing one last crime against humanity, and have a criminal on death row kill another criminal with the notebook and see if the 13-day rule is bullshit. The two new rules that Light added were, if you don't write down any names in the Death Note after 13 days, the user dies. And the second rule,
Yes, get on with it!
but before he can, Watori crashes to the ground over the speaker and isn't responding. Rem, knowing that Misa will be safe, uses the 40-second rule to her advantage by taking out 2 birds with 1 stone. Watori passes away and takes all the information regarding the Kira case along with him, something that L had planned to do if things went tits up. And before L can sound the alarm and realize what happened with Rem, as L passes away, Light confirms to him that he was right all along, giving him one last evil grin, signifying that he was just a second too late. L passes away and immediately Light gets to work, screaming out for the Shinigami who he already knows is dead, takes the Death Note from Rem's sandy pile of ash, and walks out of the HQ with a demonic happiness that looks more like a reptile in human skin, signifying the beginning of his new reign of terror as the god of the new world. Here is a couple of fun facts about this chapter. Oba would give Obata thumbnails to help him draw out the chapters, and he specifically wanted L to have his eyes closed when he died, because he had never seen Obata draw L with closed eyes. Obata confesses that this chapter was actually the first time he ever drew L with closed eyes. L's death behind his move in chapter 19 is the scene that both Oba and Obata loved the most. Oba was so shocked that he couldn't eat for 3 days. L's death was illustrated perfectly, giving off that sense of horrifying victory that left me speechless as I turned the pages. Seeing a full spread of L falling to the ground and reading his last few thoughts as he stares into the eyes of his killer was such a terrifying scene. The death was so quick and so shocking that it took a bit to process that it even happened. L had done so well, and because he was just a second too late, his fate had been sealed before he could even react. Light has officially gone and done what he set out to do, and with his greatest rival gone, is now free to do whatever he wants, with nobody to suspect him, and no one to challenge him. At least, not yet. So, holy shit, what a fucking story. In 58 chapters, Oba had revealed his absolute brilliant talent of mind games, plot twists, and moments of true horror and dread, giving us a story that I would argue is the closest to a story being absolutely perfect. Nearly every character has a satisfying arc in their saga, with even small characters getting a chance to shine in the Yotsuba arc, allowing the story's world to feel so much richer and grand than it was before. Everything from the big brain plays, the close calls, and even the streaks of pure luck, everything about this story was so amazing to read. But what was easily the highlight of this saga was L and Light's battle of wits. The fact that these two were such polar opposites and at the same time so alike in how they think and strategize made this story so fucking memorable. It was a genius decision to have them be alike in their way of wanting to win no matter what it took, as it showed that under the illusions of handing out justice, L and Light were just two monsters trying to kill the other by any means necessary. Both were willing to go over the line of morality multiple times and get lots of people hurt or even killed in the process, if it means that they can claim a win over the other, which is what made this story so fun to experience. Neither L nor Light are truly good people. The only time Light shows genuine goodness is when he has no memories of the Death Note, showing tragically to the audience that Light's descent into madness was not only sad, but incredibly human. The thing that loads of people get wrong about Light is that they think that Light always had a few screws loose. He was a monster from the beginning. All he needed was just a tiny push to get him to become pure evil. Personally, I don't believe that's true, and the reason why I disagree with that opinion is because Light was shown to be someone that, while he was certainly opinionated in how he deals with criminals, was someone who still understood law, understood order, and understood human nature. Light was not a crazy person before he picked up the Death Note. He was a model citizen, an honor student with a bright future, had tons of friends, was good with women, and had a strong family that supported and encouraged him to do great things. He was, to put it simply, a good kid. The Death Note was a curse that allowed Light to play God with the people he deemed to be evil, and its dark powers of temptation quickly consumed him and made him into a monster that made him lose his morals in a way that feels very real and true to even the most pure of human beings. Light does exactly what someone would do with the power to kill, and it shows that a small taste of godhood is all it takes for a normal person to snap and go crazy with power, even those who lived a good life before. This corruption of his personality is why I found Light in this saga so fascinating. He showed the absolute extent of what a person can do with terrible powers if they were given the right intellect, the right conditions, and the right upbringing. It was not fate that decided that Light picked up the Death Note, but it was a lucky, but more unlucky chance for the world to see how the greatest of evils can come from the best of places. I love that about Light, and it's why I loved reading and seeing both sides to him in the L Saga so much. The Yotsuba arc did wonders at showing the true complexity of his very rich character. As for L, I have similar thoughts with him. Like Light, he's what happens if someone was raised in the right environment and with the right intellect, but what makes him different is that unlike Light, L genuinely does have some screws loose. It's not just the fact that he has trouble socializing and understanding boundaries or problems with his behavior. L is a person that, like I've mentioned many times before, is someone who, if he wasn't working on catching criminals, is someone that is very capable of great evil. If he was evil, nobody could stop him. The only reason he doesn't is that people around him tell him not to, but if he was given the chance, I'd argue that L probably would have caught Kira and would have done it way quicker. The lengths he was willing to go truly shows that L's only goal in his life is to win the game on his own terms. It doesn't matter how much blood is spilled or how many minds are broken never to be mended again. As long as it means that L can stand tall at the end, trophy in hand, while his enemy is buried 6 feet under, that's all that matters. This dynamic of a newly born and veteran monster meeting and fighting against each other is what makes Death Note's narrative so fun to read. There's no truly good side in this fight, which makes you not want to take any sides, allowing you to just appreciate both characters whenever one makes a breakthrough before another. And Oba intentionally did this so that you could just be invested in the characters, and I think it was a very good decision. It truly is masterful character writing, and it also proves that even if your characters are always logical, you can still make a fantastic story if you just do it right. Unfortunately, L and Light's fight is such a highlight of the story that lots of other important or interesting plot hooks are not given much attention and are put to the wayside most of the time. The debate and morality of Kira itself is something that, while important to the themes of the story, wasn't given a lot of places to grow and be truly explored. And the thing was, this was all intentional. Oba wanted this to happen. When asked about his intentions when he was writing Death Note, he made it clear that his goal was not to have a moral conversation, but instead just wanted to entertain his audience. He didn't want to dive into the Kira debate because he thought it wouldn't have been good for the story if he was to start picking sides. And in retrospect, makes sense. If anything, I think that actually made the story benefit a bit. But then he says something that's very confusing. Oba also says that he wasn't a fan of focusing on the human drama of the story and preferring to go with a more action-packed and intense story rather than focusing on melodrama. To quote him directly, "This is something I realized only recently, and the fact that I didn't focus on human drama was what made it possible for Death Note to have such a fast and intense pace. Had I focused on drama, things would have become heavy and the story probably would have slowed down. Plus, with human drama, it's easy to get philosophical and preachy. If you go too far with that, the story is no longer interesting. That's why I think it was a good idea to not focus on the human drama." When you keep in mind that Death Note was written for Shonen Jump, a comic line for teenage boys, this mindset does make a lot of sense. But there are conversations that I think can be had about this way of thinking, which I'll save for later in the retrospective. Just put a pin in that thought for now, because the idea of him not wanting to do human drama, but the entire reason the story happened was because of human drama, it's just... Let's put a... I'll move... Okay, I won't talk about it right now. I'm just gonna put a pin in it for now, okay? Alright, let's move on. Even through that, however, Death Note has so much stuff contained in its narrative that even through scraps... conversations about Kira and the morality of pursuing justice at all costs are ones that can still be had. While the world itself is yet to be truly explored, the conflict between Light, L, and the task force shows that Oba is still fantastic at writing inner conflicts and debates among smart people. The L Saga, for all that it's worth, is truly a masterclass of storytelling that has left me thoroughly entertained all the way through. So, with my thoughts done and dusted with the L Saga, it's time to dive back into the manga's pages and cover the Near Saga, which are chapters 59 to 108. A saga that had some very big shoes to fill after the last arc, and it did it to varying results. Hey everyone, before we get into the next saga, I want to give some quick shoutouts to some other projects that I've been working on. Skip to the next chapter if you just want to get back to the video. First, I've made a Patreon, where you can go and show some support for the channel. It's entirely optional and it's still in its infancy, but there will be tiers for early content, bonus stuff, and the like. With the $1 tier giving you nothing and is there if you just want to give some moral support, and the $5 tier allowing you to see sketches and concept art for my webcomic, Shadows, which you might like to see. Speaking of Shadows, I've officially released 31 chapters that you can read over on Webtoon. It's been a story that I've been constantly trying to produce for nearly 4 years now, and this is my way of showing if I can bite as much as I can bark. So if you want to see what my storytelling is like with complete freedom, then Shadows is the story for you. And last but certainly not least...
I wrote a book!
Kinda. Honest Bonds and Honest Bonds The Fall of Tenebris are stories written by Tommy Williams, aka Sergeant Major Mario, and he had hired me as a proofreader / co-writer, and this has been our best collaboration yet. These books contain easily some of my best writing, and the third book in the trilogy, Honest Bonds The Human Plague, is set for a summer release. So if you want to give the books a shot, you can. All links to the websites are in the description down below, and through this you can show some love for other things that have taken up a lot of my time. I haven't been completely lazy with YouTube, I've just been incredibly busy these past few months. Getting out of college has been fun. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Now back to the video. Everything is now much slower, laid back, and cold with the death of L. Light is now taking on his role, and even Watori's, so that the task force can still work on the Kira case unbothered. This chapter reveals that Watori was actually a famous inventor, and from his massed wealth, opened many different orphanages around the world, something that Light pays no mind to, and is even now bored that L is gone. Everything is now too easy, and there's no one left who can truly challenge him intellectually. You can see this newfound sense of emptiness in Light when he's talking to various people from Ryuk, Misa, and the task force. With nobody to keep him in check, he's back to the cold and calculating Kira, and is only excited to see the world become a new one with the help of Misa. But behind the scenes, L is not done just yet, as one of the leaders of Watare's orphanages, Mr. Rogers, gets the news that L is dead, and brings in 2 new kids, named Mello and Near, to tell them the news. Fun fact, Mello was supposed to be Near, and Near was supposed to be Mello. The reason why that's not the case is because Obata's editor had switched the names around, and by the time Oba okayed Obata's designs, it was too late to bring it up. That little fact, I think, is something that I'd call a happy little accident. He also thought that these two would be twins, given that he thought that they were going to team up in the manga. And he's right. But it's complicated. In the time soon after L's death, Light has managed to get rid of all loose ends. He killed the 2 criminals, Wedi and Iber, killed all remaining members of the Yotsuba group, causing their stocks to plummet, and slowly but surely, over the span of 4 years, the world starts to publicly show their support of Kira, and even countries are starting to voice their acceptance of Kira as the new word of law. The story is now finally starting to show signs of the world at large, and it's one of the many qualities of the Near arc that I find to be very enjoyable. Oba may not like to take a side, but he certainly has the skill to make you sit down and think. While Light is creaming himself at the fact he's so close to being God, disaster strikes with the leader of the Japanese police being kidnapped, the kidnapper offering a deal for the notebook as compensation. While Light is shitting bricks at how the fuck the kidnapper knows about the notebook, this very dense chapter also shows us the personalities of Near and Mello. Near and Mello are characters that represent the 2 sides to L. Near is the cold and calculating side who is able to gather a lot of information on his own, but relies on the connections he has to get his work done. His flaw is that he's not one to take risks or blow his own cover. From his emotionless personality, he is considered by many to be the true successor to L. Mello, on the other hand, is the polar opposite. While not as calculating and cold, he makes up for it in brutal strategy and morality-defying tactics to get information out of whoever he wants. Mello is a loose cannon that will do whatever it takes, even if it means he has to go down very dark paths to get power. His flaw is that he's way too emotional and will get very rash if he's backed into a corner. It's these 2 that show off to the reader why L was so effective against Light for so long. Both sides of L, the side that was cold and the side that was bold, are now given faces with their own motives and goals, making them a very good new threat to Light's plan of godhood. Mello shows just how crazy he can be, where after deducing that Soichiro is the one in charge, he orders the American Mafia, a group that he has spent years climbing up the ranks to kidnap Sayu, because the police head had died from suicide. At least, allegedly. Also in this chapter, there is a cute scene of Matsuda crushing on the now adult Sayu, and Soichiro, being the pinnacle example of a good dad, refuses to let Sayu marry a cop despite being one himself. Classic parent hypocrisy, love to see it. Sayu even rubs salt in the wound and says that if Matsuda wasn't so old, she would have dated him. Wrecked and absolutely roasted. It's this small little scene of the characters acting and discussing more mundane things that helps add a lot more heart to the world of Death Note, and it's a brutal reminder that this happy family under the surface has so many demons that are yet to take them over and completely tear them apart. This chapter had so much stuff in it, and it was insanely good. Fun fact, this chapter and chapter 59 were the hardest for Oba to do, as he struggled to come up with more ideas after L died. This is also around the time where he wanted his story to end at 108 chapters, because the number 108 represents the 108 desires in Buddhism. Quite cool symbolism coming from an atheist. When the opening plays the same scene of Mello and Near getting the news of L being dead, Mello and Near's personalities are shown on full display from just their reactions. While Near accepts the death quickly and talks exactly like L, like a fucking psychopath, Mello sees the suggestion of him and Near working together as an insult to his pride. Mello has a burning jealousy of Near due to always being outplayed and outsmarted by him, always seen by the Wami Academy as being the number 2. He sees himself as constantly being in Near's shadow, so he decides to leave the orphanage and go out on his own declaring that he will be just fine. It's this very human and relatable emotion that makes me prefer Mello over the cold and quiet Near. I personally find Mello's adventures and risk-takings to be far more interesting, and the way that he's willing to do whatever it takes to get a win over Near makes me remember fondly of L, who would have done the exact same thing. The notebook is not just to gain power, but it's a symbol to Mello that he managed to accomplish something that Near would never dare to do. I just love character writing like that. After this, Chapter 61 propels the story forward big time, as during the discussion of whether the FBI should help out the task force, Soichiro gets a call that Sayu has been kidnapped, exposing a side to Light that is very similar to how he views his father. Light had assumed that his family would be safe during his reign so much that he didn't consider that any of them would be held ransom, and his expression of genuine concern shows that underneath all the Kirin nonsense lies a person that still has a level of humanity to him. What makes this all the more interesting is where Death Note takes this side to Light, and it serves, to me, to bring out one of the best, misunderstood, and most tragic scenes in all of Death Note. But for the time being, we can only sit back and wait as we go on. Soichiro goes through a very engaging conundrum of having to choose his brain or his heart in getting Sayu back. The kidnappers have rigged it so much that if he doesn't go alone, Sayu's life would be on the line. It's great to see that L's psychotic nature lives on through Mello, and it shows what L would have been capable of had he had been more emotional and tyrannical with his actions. Mello has the whole task force and even Light in the palm of his hand, with Light having to take a serious risk by exposing subtly that he was responsible for killing the director. But despite all the logic thrown at him, Soichiro decides to go to America and save his daughter, both as a police officer, but mainly due to his job as her father, willing to take all responsibility and accountability for any actions he will take to get her back. Soichiro is so well characterized throughout this arc, and this scene does amazing at bringing out that even someone as law-abiding as him is willing to give up his code if it means that he can save his family from harm. You can see the absolute stress and panic that is eating at him throughout all his panels, with him even managing to ruffle Mello's feathers when he demands that he show proof of Sayu being alive. It's such a painful thing to see happen to such a strong character. Soichiro's so fucking good, man. I love him so much. Him apologizing to Light for getting emotional is such a tragic scene. Like, my God, dude, you're doing your absolute best to stay calm. His feelings of desperation are also inside Light, with the only difference being that Light is way better at hiding it, to the amusement of Ryuk, who calls him out on him having a soft spot for his family. This part of the arc that just shows off the tragedy of the Yagami family is just, it's really well done. Mello shows his intuition and skills in dealership, where after Soichiro goes to the airport to head to LA, one of Mello's cronies immediately finds him and derails the plan. Mello talks to Soichiro and makes his heartless methods known clear as day by saying that neither Soichiro or his daughter's lives mean anything to him, so long as he gets the notebook without any tricks. Soichiro has such a guilty conscience that he tells Light that he's willing to give up his own life if it means that Sayu will be safe, revealing an exchange that shows that Light, even through logic, wants his dad to stay alive no matter what, because he still loves him very deeply. Light's constant support of his dad while he's going through all of this is something that adds so much more complexity to his character. Even though he's speaking rationally and calmly, the inside of Light's mind can still be seen, showing that, like his father, he's willing to make exceptions to his principles if it means his family can survive unharmed. Underneath all the godly coldness is a child that is deathly afraid of what might happen to his dad, and that child is begging for his father to come back to him alive with his sister okay. I think that this inner turmoil is amazing stuff, and it adds far more weight to this part of the story. This chapter has what I think is one of the biggest pieces of evidence towards Light's love for his family. Not only does he let out his frustration at the kidnapping by yelling at Misa and ordering her to do what he says, no questions asked, but throughout the whole plan, Light, for the first time since L introduced himself to him, is not thinking straight. All of his Kira cunning and intellect is replaced with desperation and seeking guidance, using the FBI to make sure his family is safe despite his better judgment. This is the first time that Light truly fucks up and loses a battle, and it's through this that he loses the Death Note to Mello. Soichiro gave it up. He's now one Death Note down and he can't get it back. But even through that, Sayu and his dad are finally safe, much to his own relief. Some people in the fandom tries to use the fact that Light considered killing Sayu as a way to save himself, as evidence to show that he has no soul and that he is a calculating monster. But I don't believe that's the case, given that 1, he doesn't go through with it, and 2, he even curses himself for thinking such a horrible thing. Light is doing everything in his power to make sure that his family comes out of this situation alive, and anytime he has no power to see what's going on, panic and dread plague his mind, making him think irrationally. I don't know what it is about this fandom of really wanting to paint Light as a demon, but he's just way too human to be considered one, in my humble opinion. At least, at this point in the story. Also, the way that Soichiro had to hand over the Death Note and has to fight against everything he stands for in order to get Sayu back, from giving away the Death Note and even allowing the kidnappers to test it out on a random person to make sure he wasn't lying, was some of the most psychologically torturous things this man has gone through so far. It reminds me way back in the L Saga when Soichiro had to pretend that he was going to kill his own son. Like his predecessor before him, Mello is an absolute bastard in this mini-story. Fun fact, when asked about who he thought was the evilest character in Death Note, Oba actually said it was the mob boss that Mello was working for, stating that because he's in the mafia, he has to be really evil. Obata was also asked the same question, but his reply was simply, I don't know. My god, these two are charming as hell. Near rubs the fact that Light lost the Death Note in his face and suggests that he might be able to figure out who was responsible for the kidnapping using the very small detail that Mello has a fondness for chocolate and that he eats them all the time, even in calls. Such a small detail that nobody else would notice, and it's so genius that this small hint exposed Mello to Near. That's the good shit I love in Death Note. I love this a lot. As for Soichiro himself, because he betrayed the law in order to save his own daughter, he informs Light that he will be resigning as a police officer, feeling great shame for what he has done. What I love about this scene in particular is that on top of Soichiro being just a great man at his core who dies with his principles, even though Light is logically deducing that his dad quitting would be a severe disadvantage to him, you can also tell that there is an air of relief in that his father and his sister are okay. Like I've been saying many times before, Kira might be a monster, but Light is somebody who has far too much fondness for his family to simply give them up on a whim. And I love how that one human trait that remains inside Light was the one quality about him that L had always gotten wrong. He believed so strongly that Kira would do whatever it took to keep his own safety secure, and the fact that Light, whether he was Kira or not, never had that idea is so interesting to me. Light is only willing to entertain the thought of killing his family when he has absolutely no other options, and even then he refuses to go through with it. To kill his own family would mean to kill the last few parts of humanity he has left, and even if the situation calls for it, he just can't do it. Light gets seriously great development in the Near arc with just this alone. It's incredible to watch this inner conflict finally become a focal point. But through all this human drama that Obit allegedly dislikes, look, I'm not gonna rag on him too much for this, I just think that comment he made was just a little bit funny. A new Shinigami, named Sido from the last chapter, has decided to come down to the human world after Ryuk stole his notebook, making this plot become just that much more interesting. Fun fact, Sido was picked as the new Shinigami because Oba liked his character design the most. Sido demands that Ryuk give his Death Note back, but Ryuk just goes, nope, I gave it to someone and they lost it, lol. After getting some new lore about the Shinigami, and we now know that Sido has to stay with the human who has his Death Note because Rem had died, yeah, Light's whole plan has really fucked up Sido's whole idea to go back home really quickly, Ryuk says there is nothing to worry about, as everybody is looking for the Death Note. When he brings Sido back to the boys, Light and Near are at each other's throats, and Near absolutely drags Light for making the Death Note reach Mellow's hands in a roast that forces Light to have to force himself to stay calm. Light has learned from his past mistakes and knows that if he were to allow his emotions to get the better of him, he would be caught in a trap, just like how L managed to catch him years before. While Near remains tight-lipped and stubborn as all hell, showing that he inherited the stubbornness of L, members of the SBK, Near's group, suddenly get killed off, much to Light's delight. Near shows off his own version of psychopathy where he looks disappointed not by his members dying, but that his dice tower had gotten destroyed. My goodness, Wami's house is just a hotspot for mentally fucked people, but even though he doesn't show any emotion from witnessing so much death all at once, Near agrees to help Light by letting him know who he thinks is responsible for the taking of the Death Note. Around this time, the boys do more research into Wami's house, and they find out that Watori had been using the orphanage to raise people who would, as we all know by now, become the new L, making Light get a strange familiar feeling that he hasn't had in 4 years. What I really enjoyed about this chapter was that Light is both humbled and rebuilt into the monster that enjoys the fun of playing the cat and mouse game he had had with L long ago. He thinks about all the things these two people have managed to do, and rather than be frustrated or scared that Elle is basically back from the grave, he gets excited, reveling in the chance that he will be living out the glory days once again, and kill 2 more people that oppose him. This childish arrogance of Light is something that never truly goes away, and it makes for such interesting drama as this attitude pushes him forward, but at the same time, trips him up. Sudo realizes very quickly that giving away his OnlyFans earnings won't work with getting his notebook back, so as he heads down to the human world to look for his notebook, Mello decides that he just didn't put Soichiro through enough torment just yet, and demands that he tell him some information about the Death Note, and also who L is, with the threat of killing his daughter. Mello's sheer relentlessness on threatening to kill Sayu if he doesn't get what he wants makes him such a scary character. He pretends to have such little value in human life that he takes every chance he gets in reminding Soichiro that he has absolute power over him at all times, toying with him like how a cat would play with its food. My god, he's so fucking twisted. But unfortunately for Mello, the task force is filled with risk takers, as not only does he not get the information about the Death Note he wanted, but he's also led to believe that the new L is actually Matsuda, who swooped in and risked his own life in the process. This was such a surprising and ingenious move on Matsuda's part that it makes my respect for him just go up tenfold. My man just swooped in and managed to save the whole task force from shit from that one action. Man's a fucking legend. But what I found to be the best scene in this chapter was the scene where Soichiro leaves the room and talks with his wife about Sayu. This scene shows that even though Light's mom had little to no screen time at all, Death Note still manages to write likable characters by having her ask Soichiro if they can move to a quieter location, away from all the police and the trouble, so that Sayu can recover in peace. When Soichiro thanks her for not asking for a divorce, she says that she will be with him all the way, and that she's going to be behind him, no matter what. It's this small scene that allows for a nice breather after seeing Soichiro go through so much bullshit over the past few chapters. Despite everything going wrong and having the whole world try to break him down, he can at least have comfort in knowing that despite all of the trauma, all of the turmoil, and all of the shame for abandoning his principles for very human reasons, Soichiro still has his wife supporting him, wanting only the best for her husband who has sacrificed so much for the pursuit of justice. Light's family is just so fucking pure. It's no wonder that OG Light was such a good kid. Anyone would be after being raised with parents like these two. The ladies may not get much screen time throughout Death Note, but when they do, Jesus Christ, do they usually always give the greatest and the most heartfelt scenes. This scene was wonderful. But after that touching moment, Near finally spills the beans on who he is when asked about his name by Light, scarily nonchalantly because he knows that his real name is still a secret. When Near runs into a dead end on the Death Note caused intentionally by Light who withheld important details, Near talks to Light about Mello and what getting the Death Note means to him. Like his predecessor, Mello is treating the Kira case as a game, but instead of just defeating Kira, Mello also sees this as, like I said before, a chance to finally win against Near. His personal pride and insecurities have driven him to do so much evil shit because by doing all of that, his win against Near can be secured. To Mello, getting the Death Note was the first big step, and he made sure that Near knew that it was all him without straight up saying it. It's this super exaggerated case of refusing to lose that makes Mello such a great successor to L, and it's what makes him so interesting as a character. Mello's strategies and tactics are so batshit insane and cruel that I just can't help but be impressed. He's a loose cannon that's so crazy that even Near doesn't know what he's up to. When the most logical minds in the world have no idea what you're going to do, that really shows that you are an absolute threat. It's great stuff, and his insanity does not end there because when he gets the president on the line, he immediately threatens the idea of World War III, just to make sure that the president will go along with whatever he plans. My god, Mello, you are an absolute fucking ruthless psychopath. Even though the president has been threatened by Mello, he shows some great backbone by going to L for help, where Light plays the exact same fiddle as Mello and uses his greatest connection to find Mello before Near and get the notebook back. This chapter also reminds us that Death Note is peak fiction because when Light comes home after Misa tells him that she found a person without a date of death, even after 4 years with living with Misa, Light still proves that he is completely immune to thoughts. Light proves once again that he's innovative with using the Death Note, where after getting the true name of the person holding the notebook, he makes the man write the location of Mello's hideout and immediately sends the men he got from the president out to raid the hideout. But disaster strikes, as during the raid, the men start losing their helmets and begin to get picked off like flies, and one even gets dragged away into the darkness. For the first time in a while, yeah, I don't really have many other thoughts on this chapter. It was literally just Light planning and then executing said plan. The good meaty shit is in the chapter afterwards. Sido finally finds his Death Note, and after playing a funny game of plopping the notebook on the OG owner, allowing him to see Sido and get accused of smoking too much crack, Sido is considered a threat for a grand total of about 5 minutes and is already being treated like a bodyguard by Mello, who sends him out to do some dirty work after figuring out that Sido can't kill him. This motherfucker just saw a death god, figured out that he has no power over him, and immediately turned a supernatural being into his lapdog. Look, I'm sorry, Mello's fucking awesome. Even Light had trouble convincing Ryuk to help him out at all. Getting a Shinigami to do whatever you want in just a few minutes is insane plays. Mello also has an absolute win over everyone in the cast by finding out, through no real trouble at all, that the 13 days and the burning of the notebook rules were absolute bullshit. He's the first character in Death Note to figure this out because he was just that scary to Sido. Fucking hell. Light has also figured out that these strange actions must be caused by a Shinigami, and this moment of realization that another one must be present makes Light temporarily lose his cool, and he immediately goes to Ryuk demanding answers, reminding the audience that Ryuk is still a bit of a pushover when Light gets angry. Light also orders Misa to marry him and quit her job to avoid suspicion, and then has an inner monologue that is so cruel and twisted that it really shows that the Kira power trip has made Light lose so much humanity for people he doesn't actually care about. He not only straight up considers killing Misa entirely, but then thinks that to avoid suspicion, he would make her give up the eyes, and then when the coast is clear, make her do the eye deal again. Light just has these moments of absolute psychopathy that just slaps you in the face on just how evil he's become. My god, Light, with Misa you're an absolute demon. And when Mello tries to call the president and he gets hit with the American voicemail, signifying that the president is dead, he concludes that it was Kira who did it, signifying just one of the many mistakes that Light will make as the story goes on. You just couldn't resist killing your president, Light. Could you? To hide the fact that he's Kira from the boys and Mello, Light designs a plan where he will give up the Death Note and have someone else take ownership and do the eye deal so that he will be in the clear. For this plan, he assumes that Matsuda will be the one to do it, and is more than happy to let him take the plunge so that he can get away scot-free. You know, just in case you thought that Light couldn't get any fucking worse. But it seems like the universe has other plans for Light. When the task force see Ryuk for the first time and Soichiro is back due to Light tricking him to join them once again, Matsuda, predictably, makes the choice to do the ideal. But Soichiro, now overcome with so much guilt of the pain he has caused his family, and the disgrace of being humiliated as a police officer to a point where he thought about killing himself for giving up the Death Note, does the most Soichiro thing this man has ever done, and offers to do it himself, catching Light completely off guard. One detail about Death Note that I absolutely love is that Light's usually dead or hardened expressions completely change whenever his dad does anything crazy. This small detail just shows that Light is so inspired by his dad that the thought of anything bad happening to him makes him internally panic. The plan is certainly going to work, but the wrong person has decided to go through with it. This sacrifice Soichiro makes starts what is, in my opinion, the best part of Death Note. Despite everyone's pleas to have him not do it, Soichiro is set on being the one who makes the ideal, even going as far as to use the Death Note if it ever came down to it. This man has had enough, and has decided that if he's going to go out, he's going to do it in a blaze of glory. This chapter really hammers home the brutality of the situation, where even if Soichiro were to survive, half his remaining life would be gone, and it would have been a great cost that is way too unpredictable on what might happen in the future, but Soichiro simply doesn't care. He is a man of justice. He will not be budged, and his only wish is that his sacrifice will mean something in the end, putting full trust into his son, who has helped him through so much. Speaking of his son, you can just see and read how much this decision destroys Light internally. His dad is so precious to him that he is the exception to every single rule that Kira has stood for. To think that his dad is going into another situation where he will most likely not come back alive is something that builds a worry and dread that Light only barely struggles to keep contained. But at the same time, through all this, Light knows his dad inside and out. He knew that the fuck up his dad made to get Sayu back would destroy him mentally, and he would do whatever he could to redeem himself, even if the cost is his own principles. In a sad and tragic way, Light shows pride in his dad. He's proud of the fact that his father is so easy to read and knows exactly what's going through his mind. He respects his dad so much that for a split second, Light was willing to write the names in the Death Note himself to have it so that his dad wouldn't have to. The only reason he stops that thought is because he knows that will get him caught. And Soichiro's sacrifice would have meant nothing. Light becomes so flawed in this saga, and it's just amazing. This is how you do a brilliant fall from grace. So, when the time comes around, Light hesitates for the second time in the saga and allows his dad to make the ideal, where the second raid of Melo's hideout begins. This chapter is filled with intense action and serious battles of the mind. Soichiro and the boys manage to corner Melo, but due to his unpredictable and chaotic nature, Melo still manages to get just Soichiro alone with him so that he can taunt and fuck with this old man. But this chapter shows just how much of a badass Soichiro truly is. Not only is he not at all scared of Melo's threats to blow up the building, even daring him to go through with his threat, showing that he's just as ready to give up his own life if it means he'll win, but he shows that even through all of his mental torture, his humiliation, and his rage, his respect for the law still hung on through it all, giving Melo the option to surrender and live, and not kill him straight away, even after everything this little psychopath had done to him. Soichiro is a man who, even in the face of pure evil, will die with his principles, and Light is having none of it. Knowing that Melo is such a wild card that there's no way he can keep him alive, he screams internally for his dad to write down his name, looking on in hopeless terror that he can do nothing. Light now knows Melo's name, but he can't be the one to write it down. Soichiro has to do it. It's the only way that Light is going to get out through all of this without getting caught. But Soichiro's pride as a police officer was the factor of him that Light couldn't control. And it's through this one act of mercy that tragedy strikes. Fooled and backed into a corner, one of Melo's men gets the jump on Soichiro, riddling him with bullets in a beautiful 2-page spread that made my heart sink as I read it. The plan has gone tits up, and through the boys not killing Melo immediately, Melo does what he threatened to do and blows the entire building sky high, allowing him to escape and leaving the task force battered and bruised. Before he pulls the trigger, there was a small moment of humanity for Melo, as he reveals in his mind that he was never actually planning to kill either Soichiro or his daughter, revealing that all of his threats were actually empty. This one thing about Melo shows a deep complexity to him that shows off just how different he is to L. While he may talk a massive game and will kill to get what he wants, even he has limits. Melo is simply so chaotic in his nature that he leads you on to believe that he's a bigger monster than he actually is, showing that through his psychopathic talks, he is a guy that is out to do good. It's this restraint and empathy that Melo has, which makes him incredibly interesting to me. I just really love him, like, holy shit, it's just so sad that the story doesn't. Light figures out very quickly that his dad was the only one who had seen Melo's face, and desperate to kill him off, he rushes his father to the nearest hospital where he attempts to get the job done, but to no avail. Soichiro, a man who had been through so much pain and turmoil, finally succumbs to his injuries and dies. This scene is such a bittersweet moment, because thanks to Light's plan to give up the ownership of the Death Note, Soichiro was able to die peacefully, thinking that his son was not Kira. That last lie Light told his father was all that Soichiro needed to be able to die happy, as all of his work to stand up for his son, to him, was worth it in the end. It is so sad and so painful to think just how fucked up it is to know that Soichiro died believing a lie that was so sweet that I almost wished it was actually true. Then again, if Soichiro was to die knowing that Light was in fact Kira, in a way, how he went out in the end is the most merciful thing this story has ever done. Fun fact, Oba was actually planning to go through with the idea of Matsuda doing the ideal, but in the end, he thought it would have caused too many problems in the story, and he just couldn't bring himself to kill Matsuda. So he decided that Soichiro would die instead. Light's father is no more, and with Melo still out there and Sido getting back his Death Note, Light is left in a worse position than ever before, with Ryuk going on a final monologue that brings up a plot point from way back in chapter 22. Great misfortune falls upon those who are attached to a Shinigami, and back then, Light told Ryuk that he was going to show him the exception to that rule. In this chapter, he did. He showed Ryuk the exception to the rule, just not in the way that he thought he would. Soichiro's death is probably one of the most debated moments in Death Note's story. Fans find this scene fascinating because it makes them all ask this one simple question. Was Light's crying genuine? Now, there's arguments that can be made from both sides. On the side of him just acting it all out, there's some pieces of evidence to that. Even through his emotions, Light's mind is still being as calculating and cold as ever. He seems scarily calm as he figures out that through his dad's survival, he can kill off Melo if he's quick enough. And some could argue that the last-minute display of emotion to his father was not sadness, but sheer frustration and panic. This theory does hold some water when you consider just how short of a time it took for Light to recompose himself and continue on with the mission, his inner monologues going back to stone cold strategy and cunning in the later chapters. But from my perspective, I find that side of the argument to be one that shallows the deepness of Death Note's story, and it's something that I don't think is anywhere near as satisfying. So, as you can probably guess, I'm on the other side of the fence, who argues that Light's tears and cries of grief were completely genuine. Here's why I believe this. Like I have been saying probably way too many times throughout this analysis so far, and for that I am sorry, Light's respect for his dad cannot be understated. Soichiro is the man who raised Light into the bright and moral man that he was before he picked up a Death Note. He is a representation of the good and proud justice that Light has idolized for so long. Even during his time with the Death Note, Soichiro was with him through thick and thin, always doing what he can to vouch for his son, even if it meant that he had to make exceptions to his own moral code. Throughout the manga, it has been clear that Light puts loads of weight in his father's words. He doesn't like to fight back, as he loves Soichiro that much that he treats his words as law, even if he may disagree emotionally. Much like how a child doesn't like to argue because he doesn't want to think of his parents as wrong. Soichiro was to Light, in simple terms, a loving father. Signals of Light's genuine love for his dad are all over the story, and the scenes building up to his tragic death are ones that show Light fighting an internal battle that leaves him paralyzed and scared for what might happen. For the second time since his reign as Kira, he hesitates to kill someone. This is also the case when you read behind the scenes, where Oba states that Light, and I quote, would never kill his own father, so I worked hard to make the death an accident. Soichiro, like I said before, was the exception to Light's every rule. He was the one person, along with his family, that Light spared from his heartless wrath as Kira. So, with his father now rapidly dying right in front of him, the humanity that Light has been trying to push down for so long finally comes up for air, as he pleads and begs his dad to write down Mello's name so that even if he dies, Soichiro's death would have meant something. This is both a means to an end, and Light desperately trying and failing to make sure that the man he respected and idolized so much could have an honorable death. After accidentally throwing his own father to the wolves, it's the least Light could do to try and atone for making the biggest mistake of his life. Some would argue that the dialogue in Light's mind comes off as too cold and robotic for this theory to be true, but from my perspective, I read Light's thoughts as him trying to cope with the fact that his father was going to die. Logic had saved him before, so surely if he just tried to be logical, it could perform a miracle and get him a win, right? Surely his dad wasn't going to die for nothing, he doesn't deserve that after all he's been through. Light's action and face screams the look of a scared child that is terrified that he has disappointed his father. It's the face of someone who is truly powerless to stop the inevitable and is grasping at straws just to make the pain less excruciating. So, when Soichiro dies before he can write the name, Light's expression is just way too human to be considered fake. His eyes and tears show desperation, torment, hopelessness, but most of all, sadness. Kira's great plan to dispose of Mello had not only failed, but had gotten his father killed. Light, for the first time in the story, suffers a true loss. He has lost someone deadly important to him, and the death shakes him up so badly that Light's eyes cannot be seen for the rest of the chapter. His face and personality are now a stone-cold neutrality, something that holds a far different weight than ever before. And the reason why I believe this panel hits so much differently to the others is that Soichiro's death doesn't just signify the end of one of Death Note's finest and most complex characters. His death, to me, also signified the last moments of Light's humanity. Soichiro was pivotal to Light's character. He was the last pillar that was holding back Light's mind from falling into the pits of immorality and bloodthirsty tyranny. Now that that pillar has been destroyed, Light has no more people to keep him grounded, and through that, Kira, for the first time, is allowed to be free to do as he pleases with no human attachments holding him back. Guilt for his family, the thing that was constantly fighting and winning inside Light's mind, is no longer a concern. The shackles have been broken, and through their destruction, Light's moral conscience and human nature perish in the process. This chapter has two deaths, one physical and one metaphorical. Chapter 74 is the most important chapter for Light's character because it is where I would argue that Light, the one we saw at the start of the story, is no more. Light's humanity died with Soichiro, turning him into the bloodthirsty and evil monster he was always destined to be. After Near persists with Light and comes to the conclusion that Kira and L might very well be the same person, the Vice President of the United States announces to the world that America will do nothing to catch Kira, and will allow him to do as he pleases under the fear that many more people will be killed if they disobey. The harsh beginning exposes many future aspects to the story, like Near's difference to L in that he's willing to be proven wrong, something L never would have allowed. When Near gives a percentage, he actually means it, knowing that he needs to build a solid case before he can go around accusing anyone of being Kira, and is willing to get Mello involved, despite past disagreements, and also past people. He also shows a great sense of justice in that he's willing to go against America itself if it means he will find Kira because it's the right thing to do, whereas L would go against the country out of pure spite. While Light is practically coming at the idea that he has the US by the balls, Matsuda finally makes his opinions about Kira clear to the rest of the boys, sparking a debate about the morality of Kira. Matsuda's opinion is the one that I am sure many fans of Death Note share. He believes that while Kira has been evil and has changed the world where people don't act out evil deeds because of fear, he also sees just how much positive change has been brought to the world, making him question just how evil Kira really is. Of course, the rest of the boys tell Matsuda that this line of thinking is very flawed and that peace through fear isn't true peace at all, but Light, agreeing with Matsuda but pretending to disagree, provides his own perspective and a monologue that is just him wanking himself off by talking about himself like he's fucking Jesus, saying that Kira is willing to lose himself in the pursuit of a better world. He boils it down to even though they have to catch Kira, it's not up to them to decide if he's evil or not, and that they should just look at the results. If Kira wins, then he's good. If he loses, then he's evil. Jesus Christ, Light, you're a child. This Kira debate is one that finally has a chance to shine through, and will be a reoccurring thing as the story continues, and I believe that the way Oba tackled it, while not as nuanced as it could have been, he makes Ide say that the victor being righteous is just human nature and that is a viewpoint that will never ever sit right with me, was still very solid. All of the core sides of the argument are presented, and it just shows how much complexity each character has, as it truly feels like there's a discussion being had from a writer coming from a neutral standpoint. It makes for some very intriguing conversation on whether or not the concept of Kira is one that can be seen as a necessary evil or a terrible idea to begin with. But Light is certainly not doing the pro-Kira side any favors. Demigawa, the leader of Sakura TV, proves again to the world that he's a slimy piece of shit by praising Kira's every word, despite being the very kind of person that Kira would kill off if he had the chance. But Light, completely devoid of humanity now, is not really caring about that. He's too busy reveling in America's surrender and is excited about not only the possibility of Japan surrendering, but he's also considering using the support of Kira as a chance to get rid of his competition, referring to the SBK and Mello as infidels. Yeah, the god complex is really coming out now. It's only going to get worse. After Matsuda does the impossible and grabs an apple straight from Ryuk's hand and lives to tell the tale, showing that even a Shinigami would never try and kill this absolute sex symbol of a man, Nier devises a plan to get Mello to come see him, concluding that out of all the people left in the SBK, Mello is most likely to get in contact with someone he can overpower, like a woman, predicting that his assistant Hao Linder would be the one Mello goes after. Not only does Nier show that he is just as based as every other man in the story so far, but Nier continues to show that great flaw of his in that he does not have the guts to do anything too risky, even admitting to being scared of what might happen to him and imploring that the remaining members stay in HQ. I don't know, I always find that small scene of vulnerability with him to be quite nice. And Nier's intuition is proven to be correct, as after Hal returns home, she finds that Mello is waiting for her, and above all, she knows that he was going to be there. As she tells Nier that she wants to take a shower, she then takes all of the advantages she can get by revealing that she and Mello had already met, and even casually flirts with him when he's in the bathroom with her.
Oh, they fucking.
Oh, they fuck!
Listen, if you don't have any reasons to like Mello up to this point, the fact that he manages to be on good terms with someone like Hal is an absolute win in my books. Like, come on, give this man some credit. But Mello isn't around for their usual sessions as he points his other gun at Hal and demands she go back to HQ, where Mello and Nier finally see each other again after 4 long years. At long last, the rivalry is made clear between the two prodigies to L. Mello refuses to be a part of Nier's plan to catch Kira and demands that Nier return his photograph so that he can be safe from Kira's wrath. In return, Mello tells Nier about the existence of Shinigami and that some of the rules in the Death Note are bullshit, but he doesn't tell him which one exactly. I like the fact that Mello is so spiteful in being sure that Nier has no edge over him that he is even vague on crucial information. It just shows off how much he sees this case as a way to win over Nier. It's fun stuff. As the race for Kira starts on better terms, Light uses his connection to the Vice President to find the identities of the SBK members and gives the okay to Demigawa to be the next spokesperson of Kira. Demigawa is saying and doing the exact things you would predict a money-hungry pig to say and do. Demigawa is a non-subtle but brilliant way to show off the blatant corruption of Kira's reign and how slimy the tactics truly are, showing to Nier that Kira is starting to get desperate. Nier was told about 7 rules in the Death Note by Light before, and through process of elimination, he concludes that the 13-day rule is the one that is bullshit. He wastes no time in contacting Light and proceeds to absolutely revel in making Light squirm by asking him which rule he thinks is BS, and driving a wedge between everyone in the task force, even going as far as to accuse a Shinigami of lying, believing Mello over a literal god of death as he believes that Kira is making him lie to him. While I do think that Nier might not have as many cool traits as Mello, goddamn does he have his moments. His snide little grin as he sees every puzzle piece fall into place is one that is really funny and slightly cathartic to see. But he does reveal to Light that he's too safe for his own good, as he's showing clear as day that he'll refuse to go out and meet them on his own. After ruffling a few more feathers by bargaining Mello's life and his own, the boys eventually decline Nier's offer to test the notebook, and Mogi swiftly afterwards gets a call from Mello, who gives him directions in very Mello fashion, allowing Light to strategize and try to outsmart the 2 people that have been pushing him around for too long. This is where we start seeing Light fucking up more and more, and boy do L's prodigies give him a hard time. Mogi goes to the location Mello gave him, and lo and behold, he just ran straight into the HQ of Nier and the SPK, much to Light's horror. Mello exposes his massive big brain move by telling Nier that not only was he using him to get information out of Mogi as revenge for Nier using him as a tool before, but through his connections to the Mafia, Mello had already proven with solid evidence that the 13-day rule was fake. My fucking goodness, is Mello such a big player in this story? Like, holy shit, does this man get so much done by himself. Nier even has his own moment of victory by pretending to accidentally call the wrong number to see if Mogi is L, eliminating him as a potential suspect. When inside, Near wastes no time by interrogating Mogi about Kira and if anyone in the task force was suspected as being him during L's time on the case. Mogi's silence brings only more suspicion, and with this, Light incites a plan that proves to be another one of his greatest fuck-ups. 2 days go by, and using Misa and Demigawa's undying loyalty, Light incites a riot on the SBK HQ as a means to drag Near into the spotlight and get him killed by Misa. The Kira supporters doing this are also wearing armbands that have symbolism so strong that I don't think I even need to tell you why I find the Kira supporters so interesting as an allegory for another horrible thing in world history, so let's move on. Through this taunting, Light exposes the fact that he assumes this plan was going to get Near killed, showing that his lust for their deaths are starting to cloud his mind and begins to act rash. This then follows on to the next chapter that I find very interesting. Light had believed in his ideology so much and thought that anyone who supported him would be loyal to the end for him that the one thing he forgot to think about was basic human nature. Near uses the one thing that a desperate group of people will always bow to: money. He drops millions and millions of dollars upon the riot, and in the blink of an eye, Light's great plan to kill Near through his supporters and Misa goes tits up. With this inciting riot, Near and the SBK manage to escape the HQ through disguises and get out safely. Near absolutely drilling into Light that he must be Kira due to the timing of everything, and implores everyone on the task force to think for themselves on who they can trust, believing that at least one of the members would join his side. What I found great about this chapter is that it did amazing at showing the true nature of some of the people who support Kira, and what's even better, the power of bad actors. Kira's ideals may be seen as great on the surface, and seems like it would only attract those who are good, righteous, and innocent. But when you add humanity to the mix, Kira and the ideology starts to immediately fall apart. Some people will support Kira as a means to save their own skin. Some people will support Kira if it means they gain special status and they can wield a fraction of that power themselves to kill those they personally despise. Some will not support Kira at all and will go with the flow if it means that they can bring more chaos to an already falling world. But most of all, some people only support Kira because it's the current popular opinion, and will abandon all of their principles if it means that they can get some financial gain, something Near proved to the world in spades. Light's once perfect worldview is now shown as the greedy, power-hungry monster that it truly is. All it took was wads of cash for people who claim to be on the side of justice to turn on their fellow comrades, turning into rabid animals who only think for themselves. These supporters of Kira, the ones willing to incite violence on their savior's enemies, are opportunists and liars, pieces of shit who think only about their own gains rather than the greater picture. They are the kind of people who will use the excuse of justice to commit acts of violence that make them no better than the criminals they claim to hate. And it's through this scene does the Kira ideology show off what it truly is to the world. Demigawa completely abandoning his mission given by Kira to fill his bottomless pockets with cash. Demigawa is the perfect representation of the kind of cruel people Kira's ideology attracts. It is always the ones that preach the loudest that are the first ones to abandon their principles. They are always the ones that run away when things go sour. I always find these small scenes of the Kira worshippers to be extremely good material for the Kira conversation. There's just so much nuance and many angles that you can look at these scenes from, and I truly love it. But as we all know by now, Oba is not about that life. He has a certain story he wants to tell, and his story continues through Aizawa, who finally starts heavily considering what his gut has been telling him for ages: the possibility that Light Yagami is Kira. Conflict inside the task force continues to rise as Near devises a plan to get Light to start fessing up. To get someone else on his side because Mogi refuses to talk like an absolute unit, Near lies to the task force that Mogi had died of a heart attack, filling everybody's heads with suspicions. It is a little bit fucked up to do that, but hey, as a prodigy of L, lying about death is probably the tamest thing that they've done so far. Realizing that he can't rely on old connections anymore, Light starts to look elsewhere for people who will work under him, and through watching Demigawa's preachings, the same face constantly pops up. That face belonging to a man named Teru Mikami, who shows undying loyalty to Kira, only calling him God in a questionnaire. As he does this, Light plays into Near's hands and tells the task force that if they want to go to Near, they are allowed to do so, saying that he will do whatever it takes to make sure that Kira gets caught. What makes this battle so interesting to me is that from being attacked on both sides, Light has no choice but to play along with whatever the new L's come up with, showing just how much these two have over him at all times. It's really fascinating and somewhat cathartic to see the once great Light constantly squirming to get himself out of a tight space. It just shows that after 4 years and losing his father, he's starting to lose his edge. But Light isn't one to give up without a fight, and makes Misa give up the Death Note and tells her to send it to Mikami so that he can be the new Kira. And already does Mikami have the presence of someone you do not want to mess with. Look at those cold fucking eyes, holy shit. In the meantime, Light is still staying on his toes as he knows that Aizawa will likely be searching Misa, and through her giving up the notebook, all proof of her being the second Kira is now completely gone. But as Light diverts course, Aizawa finally decides that he will talk with Near and hear him out, where he finds out that Mogi is in fact still alive. Mogi even finally talks to confirm his status, and it's honestly quite funny to see Near's reaction to that. Mogi is such a Chad that even Near can't help but be impressed. With Aizawa spilling most of the beans on Light and Misa except for their names, Near gets even more valuable information, with one of the crucial pieces being the Shinigami eyes, something Light never told him about. Near also explains to Aizawa the nature of how he and Mello operate by talking about how L was an idol to them and everyone in the Whammy houses, and since he was killed off by Kira, Mello and Near were willing to do whatever it took to take him down, even if it meant that Mello had to get his own hands caked in blood. There is a lot of shit that goes on in the Whammy house that is not really shown here, but when we get to the other installment of Death Note, whoo boy, does this entire Whammy shit become almost cultish in nature. Either way, while Near is certainly the more cowardly of the two, despite being weaker in terms of guts, and is also the one who actually openly shows any empathy for doing a bad thing, he still shows a lot of brains when it comes to picking up on small details that even Mello wouldn't pick up on, revealing to his men that he believes that Light Yagami is in fact Kira. To allow Mello to get involved unintentionally, Near tells Hal to inform Mello on everything he said apart from Kira's identity, and see if Mello will find out about the second Kira on his own, which he starts getting straight into along with a new accomplice named Matt. Near getting to the conclusion first because he uses all of the information that was given to him from multiple sources is why I think Obata said in an interview that the only reason he considers Near to be the smartest character in Death Note is because, to quote him, he cheats. I mean, it's not really cheating that Near figures it all out first, it just shows that he's very clever on how he uses his connections and resources, something that L would have done himself, minus the empathy. Seriously, these two chapters do show a good bit of humanity with Near, and shows that he's fully aware that he will need all the help he can get if he's going to catch Kira, something that L would have found troublesome, even annoying. Fun fact, Obata's least favorite character in Death Note is Near. He shares the same opinion as a lot of people in the fandom, I just think that's pretty funny. With Matt, Mello, Aizawa, and Mogi suspecting Misa as being the second Kira, Aizawa returns to base and informs everyone on the news that Mogi is alive, telling Light that he is going to keep his eyes on him for the time being. With this, Light can't contact Mikami and is only made worse because Demigawa, who after not getting any more orders from Kira, takes matters into his own hands by turning Kira's ideology into a straight-up cult, using every slimy tactic imaginable to squander money out of people and using all the religious symbolism in tow. Demigawa's development into being such a slimy toad of a man who takes advantage of everyone's blind support of Kira to meet his own ends is nothing short of entertaining to read, and it makes his death all the more cathartic as Mikami, proving his loyalty to Kira and his ideals, not only slays Demigawa, but takes out all the other cult members as well, showing the world that while Kira may be God, taking advantage of his kindness will only be met with brutal punishment. The fact that Mikami was so quick to know exactly how Light would act is truly terrifying. Mikami gets an entire chapter to himself that explains everything that you need to know about him, and through this one chapter, everything that Mikami says and does makes perfect sense. As a child, Mikami was someone who had a very definitive stance on who was right and who was wrong, who was good and who was evil. Through that, he vowed to help the good and the innocent and punish the cruel and the wicked, and for years, this black and white mindset of morality got him through elementary school just fine. But when he got into his teenage years, things got complicated. Unlike his elementary years, Mikami's acts of heroism were met with nihilism, indifference, and even ridicule. The once great mindset that made him a leader had turned him into the school's punching bag, where he had to suffer great acts of humiliation, like being hung from a tree and being stripped naked. Mikami's mindset was constantly being beaten and mocked, tearing apart his body from the outside. But despite the constant abuse, Mikami never swayed. He stayed headstrong and believed that he was doing the right thing in standing up to those he thought were evil and unjust. But teenagers are just demons, and his mother, seeing her son disheveled and beaten, pleads him to stop fighting, that life is too complicated to think in such black and white ways. She pleads Mikami to grow up. But Mikami is not that kind of person. Feeling betrayed and abandoned by the one person he thought he could trust, he thinks the unthinkable, and wishes death upon his mom and those who bullied him for so long. And what's terrifying is that Mikami got his wish, and throughout his years growing up, more and more people he deemed unworthy of living died as well. He was also revealed to be someone who would try and redeem an unworthy person before casting a judgment, much like how a religious man would try to redeem sinners from committing any more wrongdoings. But unlike the men of God, Mikami tries for a while, then damns them to hell. He radicalized himself at a young age to believe the black and white view that the world would be good if all the bad people just got deleted from the world, leaving only the innocent behind. This mindset wasn't helped in that when the people he deemed unworthy perished, the world seemed to be better without them, which only radicalized him further towards punishing evil himself, claiming that it was righteous to do so. From this mindset, many more people started to die around him, and while he was afraid at first, he felt joy when he finally saw that his wishes were being granted by an actual god, one who he worked and succeeded in getting the blessing from, becoming a god himself. With this divine power in his hands, Mikami is able to cast the judgment he was always longing to bestow upon others, and from his black and white view of morality and twisted sense of justice, Mikami, like light before him, is soon corrupted by the Death Note's power, showing once again that the greatest evils can sometimes come from the best of intentions. Mikami's backstory is one that is very sympathetic, but it is also one that exposes a deeply concerning aspect of humanity that the Death Note always manages to bring out. Anybody who has a strong sense of justice, but has dealt with a very harsh and cruel environment, always find themselves becoming the merciless demons they despise the moment they get any kind of power. Someone's goodwill and want for a better world can be twisted and tied into a warped view of humanity that is childish in its nuance and execution, believing foolishly that there is only good and only bad, with no redemption from sin. And when these people are desperate enough, their humanity can swap out for behaviors that resemble that of demons. Behaviors that if their past selves were shown, would make them scream in horror. Mikami serves as an example to that idea. He's what happens when someone with such a high sense of superiority over others starts to feel like he can control people's fates, and what happens when they finally get the power to do so. Mikami goes from a prosecutor who uses the law and other human methods to fight criminals to someone who murders anyone who steps out of line without a second thought, all because they dared to insult the man he worships as God. This is all stuff that you would see from cults and other underground organizations. They take people with bright eyes and naive worldviews and twist them into committing great acts of terror, all under the pretense that what they are doing is being done to the right people for the right reasons. This cult-like behavior is why I find Mikami to be such a great addition to the story. He's another stepping stone to show another glaring flaw with Kira's ideology, and the kind of ruthless people such an idea can attract and recruit. Mikami is demonic, but his origins are scarily human. His biggest flaw was refusing to give up on his principles, and going to great lengths to make his enemies suffer, even those who cherished and raised him. The fact that he pays Ryuk no mind and jumps straight at the opportunity to take God's place for the time he isn't available shows just how power-hungry he's become in such a short amount of time. Fun fact, Teru Mikami is Oba's second favorite character, where he says that behind Light, he's his second strongest character, behind L. Another fun fact about this backstory is that originally, Oba didn't actually want to do it. His reasoning was, aside from having a personal dislike towards flashbacks, Oba didn't like how so many other series at the time were doing them, and wanted to write about, quote, the harshness of reality rather than focus on human drama. Because of this, Mikami is the only character in Death Note who gets a backstory, which is why I believe, ironically to Oba, that he's such a memorable character, and it's through his actions later on that makes him a very good threat. Near continues to find connections and tries to piece together everything that he's gotten so far. That's really about it for now. Honestly, a lot of Near scenes from here on out are just gonna be that, and to be honest, this is where Death Note starts to slow down a bit for me. There's only so many walls of text I can handle at any given time, so let's move on. With the death of Demigawa, Sakura TV goes right back to their sleazy ways and tries to get the blessing of Kira, along with, to the task force's horror, other companies and TV stations, who outright state their support of Kira. The world has finally gone mad, and more people are starting to embrace Kira as their one and true savior, despite the brutality they've been shown for so long. You know, because cults be culting and all that jazz. However, this chapter's biggest strength is showing off the balls and the great intelligence of Mikami. In a very daring move, Mikami joins one of Sakura TV's broadcasts, and when given the mic, subtly tells Light that he's waiting for orders, but if he doesn't get any, Mikami will start doing things on his own. Much to Light's shock, but respect. Mikami keeps to his word as he already knows the importance of Kira having a spokesperson to spread his ideals, and he knows just the person who can help. That person being a character we haven't seen since chapter 31. Mikami's spokesperson choice is none other than Kiyomi Takeda, one of the many girls that Light was seeing while he was in his hoe phase. Mikami chose her because he managed to become friends with her after a few meetings and has deemed her worthy of being the next spokesperson, given her devotion to Kira's cause. As Mello and Matt continue to track Misa, Aizawa, and Mogi, Light comes at this absolutely amazing coincidence and immediately jumps into action, declaring to the boys that they're going back to Japan so that he can get into contact with Takeda and get information on Kira. The way Light speaks about Takeda to the boys and the fact that on the phone he admits to her that Misa is too dumb to be his partner is such blatant sexism that I can't help but find funny. Light talks like a fucking redditor at times, I swear. But Near also thinks that Takeda's a thought, so... With his thought powers activated once again, Light manages to land himself a meeting with Takeda, who he plays like a fiddle better than a devil in Georgia. To avoid himself of suspicion, he implores Takeda to speak her own truth against Kira as a subtle way for Mikami to take a hint and attempt to contact Takeda. Light's inner monologues about how he knows she's gonna fall for him and using the same old strategies to get girls to fall in love with him is just... It's such a childish side to his character. It's so funny when even Ryuk is starting to see how he operates with the same tricks. Light may be intelligent in so many fields, but when it comes to girls, whoo boy, he is a one-trick pony. After a few minutes of silence that can be seen as romantic tension, Light lands a second meeting with Takeda, where he starts preparing for stage 2 of his plan to get to Mikami through her. Speaking of Mikami, you know when I said before that Mikami is the representation of what a broken person would do if they could finally incite revenge on those who wronged them in the past? Well, he starts showing his red flags pretty early on, as Takeda reports that one of Kira's new rules is that if they have the power to do good, but they don't go through with it, Kira will just kill them, turning the once just cause into a dictatorship where loyalists are purified until they reach unrealistic standards. Mikami has allowed his own delusional sense of justice to dictate his actions. Like, do you have any idea how insane you have to be to have even Light say that you're going too far? Like, damn, that is some high criticism if I ever heard one. As Matsuda shit-talks Ide for not understanding love, yeah, these two have been going at it for multiple chapters at this point, but it's not really worth mentioning, I'll be honest. Mello and Matt were duped by Mogi and begin to tail them back to Japan, leaving Near as the only one left in America. Light's anxiety with Mikami having free reign is starting to escalate as not even a few days later, Mikami bestows another rule onto society, where if anyone has a criminal record depending on the crime they committed, Kira will kill them off, intentionally leaving it vague so that people would live in fear of Kira. Mikami is really starting to revel in his power, and Light is getting agitated to talk to him and pull him back before he can do any more damage to the image he's tried to maintain all this time. Goodness gracious, I love human beings trying to play God. When Light and Takeda meet up again and they get down to business, Mikami springs into action, and through a slick act of taking out another Sakura TV member, Light manages to finally get in touch with him, subtly proving to Mikami that he's Kira. Light pulls a very smart move by convincing the boys that he must remove the cameras and wiretaps so that Kira won't kill them, and with the boys out of earshot, Light comes clean to Takeda and talks openly with Mikami, finally voicing his plan to the both of them without any need for vagueness. With his identity now known, Takeda is now wrapped around Light's little finger, and with her infatuation set in stone, Light's plan to create a new world of kind-hearted people is a go, promising Takeda that she would be the goddess that would rule with him over the people, showing that even through his just cause, Light has fallen so far from grace that even people he calls his friends are not immune to his wicked games of deceit and cunning. Light pretending to have a relationship with Takeda is just the cherry on top of just how shitty of a person he's become. His abuse of his authority is such a great addition to his downfall. Near is hot on the trail as he concludes that Takeda must be protected under Kira for her to speak her own opinions about him so boldly on TV, because there's just no way a thought would speak out like that without thinking, like, come on, this is a woman we're talking about, really? We also get a cute moment with Near, who asks his right-hand man, Rester, to come back to New York so that he can travel to Japan with him, because Near has never made travel arrangements alone. Near's almost symbiotic relationship with the people in this story is such a far cry from the fiercely independent L and Mello, and that makes him a very endearing character in his own right. I just find it very cute and funny that this mastermind has the ability to potentially fuck up where he's going because he doesn't know what to do. He has the societal awareness of a young child, it's honestly quite adorable. But the cuteness is quickly moved on from as Near gets back into contact with Light, and through their conversation, both Light and Near's intentions are made clear. Both parties now know of each other's existence and what their intentions are. Light allows his pride and ego to get the better of him as he practically admits that he's looking forward to possibly seeing Near face to face in the near future. It's this pride and competitive edge to Light that practically gives him away to Near, and instead of running away, Light falls into his trap and stays right where he is, adding to his list of endless fuck-ups. Light's pride is soon to become his destruction, and it just makes me excited to read on and see what big brain moves he's going to pull as Near draws ever closer, where Near gets one of his members to join Takeda's bodyguards so that they can keep a close eye on what she's doing with Kira. Light not only shows superiority over controlling Mikami, but he also proves to be a monster by getting Takeda involved in the killings as well, revealing the Death Note's existence to her, and even though she shows true fear at the thought of killing people, Light does his usual sweet talk and gets her to do his bidding. The power that Light has over this poor woman is terrifying. As the chapter ends with Mikami repressing his own agency to blindly follow his god's orders, Near gives us another brief rundown of the situation, this time using Legos as a way to demonstrate the situation easily for those who are getting a bit lost. I have a feeling that even Oba knew that this would happen eventually, because my god, if I had to read through one more massive wall of text, I would start losing my mind. Yeah, this might be my biggest criticism of Death Note that I haven't really had the chance to bring up, but I think here is the perfect chance to say it. Because the manga isn't filled with much action and it's just characters sitting around talking for 90% of the story, there are times where the dialogue really starts to feel samey and even begin to drag. The L Saga had this sometimes and it was somewhat forgivable, but the Near arc is riddled with this problem. So many chapters are filled with so many walls of text that not only are the illustrations getting buried under the intense amount of dialogue, but the monologues are getting so long and detailed that you might as well be reading a novel at times. This is something that makes the Near arc a lot more painful to read as a manga, because it feels like you're reading the same situation over and over and over again, but you're just being told the story a slightly different way every time a new plot point gets revealed. It is a massive problem that this manga has, and I will always criticize the manga for doing this. But in saying that, the walls of text just aren't enough to make me quit. I say this because this scene, through its sea of text, finally gives us something to chew on. Why L didn't just kill Light. It is a general meme in the community where if L had just taken a lucky pot shot and killed Light either with a gun or a car, then the Kira case would have been solved ages ago. While this is considered by many to be just a joke, there are some fans who genuinely think that this would have been a good idea. If you're one of those people, here's why you're wrong. The reason why L, Near, and Mello won't just swoop in and kill the Kiras is because, number one, murder is illegal and straight up murdering someone would get them in trouble. I think you guys are forgetting that even L wasn't above the law that much. And two, for someone like Near to just shoot Light and hope for the best is a core misunderstanding of who Near is as a character, which he proves by explaining it all himself. Near, like L before him, believes in catching people in a way that is satisfying. It's one thing to take a gamble and bring an end to an evil person by just shooting them like Old Yeller and hoping that they were right. It's another thing to catch them in the act of doing evil, getting them while they're stuck, and rubbing evidence of their wrongdoings in their faces before sending them off either to jail or to the chair. This is the core mentality of everyone in the Whammy House. They treat cases like games that are to be won, with an obvious winner and an obvious loser. And because it's a game that has rules, the players need to play fair so that the game can be satisfying. Killing Kiro with straight force before they can prove he's guilty is the equivalent of a football player shooting the other team in the legs before they score a goal. It just isn't fair, and that mentality is why Near refuses to kill Light prematurely. Kira has to be caught, and he has to be fucking humiliated. Does it make sense? Maybe not to us. To have this mindset is dangerous and would get loads of people killed if it goes wrong, but to people with ungodly levels of pride? Absolutely. And that reasoning is why I find the story of Death Note so fascinating. The pursuit of justice is merely an illusion the setting uses to tell a story that is basically just a pissing contest between people that, in any other story, would be treated as monsters. Justice is simply a means to an end that satisfies the player's ego if they win. Whether it's right or wrong to catch Kira doesn't matter. All that does matter is that he's caught red-handed. That is the core magic of Death Note, and while I do still believe that Near has a little bit of justice in him, it's great that this is finally laid out clean for everyone to understand. Hopefully. How Linder is hired by Takeda to be one of her female bodyguards, and makes herself known by absolutely manhandling Misa after she tries to attack Takeda due to jealousy. Why did Misa do this? Because idol shit. You know, women in Death Note be womening, I guess. After another wall of text of Near trying to get new information, he falls upon Teru Mikami as a suspect for the second Kira and manages to figure out what was happening in record time. Yeah, even though this move is very smart, I do think that this was very, very plot convenient. Near shows his difference to L again by asking Rester to stop investigating, but will put him back in the field if Near's assumption on Mikami is wrong. Nier's more humble and human approach to getting his evidence is quite endearing to see, after seeing so many characters being assholes. In the midst of these big brain plays, the chapter had opened up with Sakura TV changing from trying to kiss Kira's ass to kissing Takada's ass instead, because through her they could possibly get to Kira. Fuck Sakura TV. Nier instills more suspicion into Aizawa by asking him if he's monitoring Light every time he and Takada meet up, and when he says no, Nier just thanks him and hangs up. Such a simple mind game, and yet it does wonders at making Aizawa's support for Light drop like a stone. As for the rest of the chapter, Nier does the same old spiel, and one of his assistants, Giovanni, is taking the role of following Mikami around, and through a killing on a train, Mikami is now being followed as being the confirmed second Kira. An extremely bold move on, whoever's plan this was. This ain't gonna go well. In the land of women, Takada invites Misa to a private dinner, and after getting drunk, Misa manages to properly piss off Takada by denouncing her support of Kira and says that when he gets caught, Takada will most likely be put to death, making her slip up when she tells Hao that if the conversation was to get out, Misa might be killed by a Kira worshipper. Misa may have been completely sidelined from the story now. Pretty much her entire role in the Nier arc is just her obeying Light's orders. It's quite sad. But even through that, it's nice to see that even without her memories, she still knows how to get a win over someone by just knowing how people function. Even Takada is not immune to her teasing. Misa's hidden intelligence remains no matter what state she's in, and it's through this dinner do things get a lot more complicated for Light. Takada begins to interrogate Light on his relationship with Misa, and it's safe to say that Light's misogyny goes up by at least 200% as he curses the two women for talking to each other and has to win back Takada by cranking up his manipulation to an ungodly level. Light has fumbled so hard in this arc that he even has to go all in with talking to women, something that was originally just effortless to him. And this isn't made any better where once Nier hears about this from Hal, he concludes that Light has been able to get away with so much for so long because of his great skill at keeping women under his thumb, making them worship him as a god. But Light's love life is not what he cares about, as Mikami is now his top priority, where he dives into the theory of Mikami having a Shinigami following him around, and wonders why Light didn't just use the Shinigami to talk to Mikami instead of using Takada. He very quickly finds out that Mikami isn't actually being followed by one, leaving him back to square one, and leaves him frustrated. I love Death Note so much because if Ryuk was just a little bit more obedient, then this plan would be going completely differently, but Light knows that he cannot trust Ryuk with anything. I'd also like to imagine that because Ryuk did the ideal with Soichiro, I don't think he's in Light's bets books right now. But that's just a headcanon. Let's move on. While disappointed with Mikami not having a Shinigami after all, Nier still demands Giovanni to go and get the notebook from Mikami, where he begins his great plan to catch Kira once and for all. As this is happening, Aizawa finally lets his suspicions of Light get the better of him, and decides to do his own investigating by marking the notepads in the hotel room to see if his theory of Light and Takada talking secretly through them is true. The reveal of the notepads being used and Aizawa's final step into fully believing that Light is Kira is so well done, and it shows that Aizawa was such an intelligent character throughout the whole story. That nail trick was actually genius. Unfortunately for him, Nier isn't as impressed, as after he is told by Aizawa about what he found out, he simply tells him to stay out of the way, stating that while it was commendable that Aizawa had his own way of figuring out Light's ploy, Nier is the only one that Light sees as a legitimate threat, and says that the only way Kira will be stopped for good is if he goes down in a ball of flames. Aizawa and the task force are not threats to Light. He sees them as mere flies buzzing around his head that he's allowed to let live only because it allows him to stay hidden. In saying that though, I do think that it's because of Aizawa that Nier is now getting ever closer to stopping Light. Before, he even asked Rester for his opinion on who he thought the second Kira was and would use his and Giovanni's takes as reference. This shows that while he is a man who can think for himself, Nier is still eager to be influenced by others to see if his line of thinking matches up with his assumptions. And I think personally that while he's a bit cold to Aizawa in this scene, he's now more vindicated than ever that Light is in fact Kira, making him more determined than ever to take him down. The SBK's plan begins swiftly, as during the New Year's festival, Takeda announces that Misa, who was present only half an hour ago, has been reported missing from the event, causing everyone on the task force to panic. As Light calls up Near to ask what the story is, Near makes his intentions clear that he was the one responsible for Misa's absence, showing that he's starting to become like L and takes a few risks to see if he can catch Light in the act. After some subliminal messaging to one another, Light creams himself of the idea that Near, along with everyone who knows the Death Note's existence, will die. Light's sheer lack of humanity to those he deems as his enemy will never not fail to send just a small little chill down my spine. It's really creepy. The white-haired boy steps into the role of L properly by risking the life of one of his assistants, in where he orders Giovanni to go and touch the notebook and see if he will die in 24 days, since one of the rules of the Death Note is the ability to control the victim up until 23 days of their death. It's morbidly nice to see that the Whammy House is still as fucked as ever. But Near gets the final piece he needs to get his plan underway. He orders Giovanni to take as many pictures as possible of Mikumi's Death Note and see as much as he can, even down to the minute details. The last 2 pages show off the insides of Mikumi's Death Note, and it's fucking terrifying. Page after page of the Death Note is filled with names from end to end, showing that during his short reign as executioner, Mikumi has killed hundreds, even thousands of people, smacking you in the face how many lives have been wiped from the earth in just a few panels. Mikumi is a disgusting demon that killed people in a schedule-like fashion, and did it consistently, never running out of people as he continued his rampage. This shit is horrifying to see given a face at last, and it honestly made me hope that Near's plan works, because if at least Mikumi can be caught, things would start to get a lot worse for Light. After Near orders Giovanni to get a full examination at the hospital to make sure he isn't being controlled by anything, for the next few weeks his plan is just to watch Light, Takeda, and Misa closely, so that anything that could happen would be known by them. And then, for the first time in a while, Death Note has a few pages with no dialogue, and just has a montage of things happening over the span of the next few weeks. And I'll be honest, God, this was a needed breath of fresh air. I have been reading the thoughts and opinions of so many characters for so long that my brain was actually starting to hurt. I seriously would not have been able to take any more walls of text, and fortunately I think even Oba himself knew that. This pause was just a wonderfully easy way to show that everybody was still at work. You can tell very clearly what's happening just through the panels and character expressions, which is what comics were made to do. All around, good fucking soup. But after a nice breather, we're straight back into the action, as while this is happening, Light makes plans with Takeda and uses her to talk to Mikumi, who he orders to do something that will make Mikumi inform Takeda that he's confirmed something. I hope that sentence made sense to the newbies here. His plan to kill the SBK is being done alongside Near, and this is where things are going to get complicated, but don't worry. I will do my best to explain everything in a way that's easy to digest when the time eventually comes. Just hold on for a while longer and let's just enjoy the ride for now. Because at long last, Near makes the first move and finally suggests to Light that the two meet up in person, bringing this case to a climactic close. Light and Near discuss all the meetup details with a fine comb, and settle to meet up 3 days from now at 1 PM at Daikoku Wharf. The final showdown is about to occur, but not without a sudden change in plan. While off to do another broadcast, Takeda gets kidnapped by Mello, someone who I'm sure you forgot existed for a while, but he's back along with Math, who smokes the place, and they both hightail it out of the scene, getting in one last dig that brings the case to a climactic finish and has the chance to end life for good. Chapter 99 is the chapter where I would say defined Light's fate. After Matt gets shot down unceremoniously by firing squad, Mello manages to strip down Takeda and escape with her, using her as a hostage to lure out Kira. But Light, who had planned for something like this to happen, orders her to take him out, and Takeda successfully kills Mello, ending the reign of the guy who did undoubtedly the most shit to expose Light as Kira. As Light pretends to go after Takeda in order to save her, he manages to take her out with a piece of the Death Note he had kept hidden in his watch for all these years, thinking that he's truly won by burning the bridge with Takeda, who he kills without a second thought or a moment of hesitation, as she's of no further use to him anymore. Anyone who stands a chance in exposing him are met with the same fate, showing that no humanity remains behind Light's eyes, making you dread to think about what's going to happen to Near and the rest of the task force. Fun fact, the hardest character for Oba to write about was Matt, where he admits in saying that he didn't even know what kind of person he was. Obata even shared the same mindset where he thought that Matt wasn't going to do much and had that attitude when he drew him, making his unceremonious death make a lot more sense. Yeah, that's one of the minor flaws in this arc. Matt clearly didn't have a lot of development, and it's probably why he died a rather quick death. And it's a real shame because someone with his kind of quirk is really cool. I wish he was just a bit more refined. As for Mello, Oba was actually thinking that Mello should have been the one to defeat Light, but because he learned too much about the Death Note too quickly, Oba had to fade him out of the story so that the intensity wouldn't be faltered in any way. That's why Mello's death was sharp and plain, because to Oba, having his death be too dramatic would reveal the truth too quickly. Mello was a character that was so well written that his own creator had to nerf him so that he couldn't get the win. Huh. Sorry, I just had a very severe case of deja vu. With every useless connection he had gone from the world, Light looks on in peaceful tranquility that the new world he's about to reign over is just within his grasp. He and the boys head to the warehouse where they are to meet Near and the SPK, who Aizawa confirms to be the real deal. Inside, the final showdown commences, with Mikami heading there as fast as he can, his Death Note in hand. Near had taken the news of Mello's passing well and is now 100% confident that this plan was going to work, and everything has finally built up to this grand finale. I just think it's funny that Near pops up with an L mask. That's kind of cute, not gonna lie. Near removes his mask and shows his face for the first time, imploring everyone to wait for the final person to arrive. He believes that the second Kira would appear and write down the names of everyone who's standing in the room, and that through him, Kira will be exposed. Light can barely contain his excitement as Mikami slightly opens the door and immediately gets to work. The big 2-page spread of Mikami seeing and finding Light through the Shinigami eyes was so fucking beautiful to look at, and it makes this moment so insanely intense. Matsuda is immediately the first one to panic and draws his gun because he is a regular fucking human being, but the SPK hold him back from doing anything rash, as Near exposes what he's done to the Death Note Mikami is writing in, saying that he's tampered with it so that they would all be safe. Light is ecstatic, barely able to contain his excitement that he played Near like a fiddle and did exactly what Light expected him to do. Light had Mikami make a fake Death Note that Near would tamper with, and the notebook Mikami is using to write the names right now is the real Death Note that he kept safe in a bank. The reason why Mikami was out in the open killing people was actually because he wasn't doing the killings, but Takeda. Mikami was only writing in the names so that the SPK would keep tracking him and throw them off the trail. Light knew that Near, unlike L, wasn't going to test the Death Note to see if it was a fake, because Near is not about that life. And through this, Light gets so close to completely dropping the act and asks Mikami if he wrote down the names, barely being able to contain his excitement at the idea that everyone in the room was going to die. Mikami comes in with the pushing of Near and does the first big fuck up by looking straight at Light and calling him God. Light's slight expression of disgust, then followed by boundless joy, is beautifully disgusting to look at. It's so good. 40 seconds go by, and as the timer reaches 0, Light succumbs to his urges of getting the last laugh in and declares to Near that he's won the fight as the clock reaches 40 seconds, which proves to be his greatest fuck up, as nobody dies. Confused, panicking, and thrown completely off balance, Light has finally been caught. Mikami tries to apologize to him, further digging his own grave, and while Light screams and flails as he tries to place the blame on Near, nothing is working. Light had fucked up at the very last second, and gave himself away entirely. Now he has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and no one to call to his aid. He's now trapped like a cornered animal, and rather than kill him immediately, Near does what he always set out to do, and destroys Light with one final wall of text that exposes where Light went wrong. Okay, this is where I conclude on the complicated shit I was saying before, because so many people who have seen or read this story still have no idea how Near won in the end. So, with all the power invested in me, here's what happened from the top, with visuals provided to make it easier. Light knew that Near was going to find Mikami as being the second Kira. Near is smart like that, so he made Mikami lure them to track only him and not Takeda. He knew that after following Mikami for a few weeks, the SBK would try and do something with his Death Note, and try to tamper with it in some way. So, to fight this, Light made Mikami forge a fake Death Note which he would carry around and keep the real Death Note inside a vault in the bank. This fake Death Note would be the one that the SBK would tamper with, making Light be sealed in his victory. However, Near was aware that Light would try and do something like this, so he decided to kill two birds with one stone, and tampered with both the real and the fake Death Note that Mikami was carrying, replacing only some of the pages of the fake one and replacing the entire real one. He managed to do this thanks to his assistant Giovanni, who was able to copy the whole Death Note in one night. Personally, I think that's bullshit, but we'll move on. When Mikami found out that Takeda was kidnapped, he went to the bank to get the real Death Note out and used it to jot down her name and placed it back in his vault. This one crucial mistake allowed Giovanni to successfully replace the real Death Note with the SBK's fake Death Note in the bank while Mikami wasn't around, which is the one he took out to come to the wharf. The replacement of the Death Note was only possible because Mello kidnapped Takeda, which made Mikami panic and allowed Near to see what was wrong. And there you go. That's it. There are other pieces of evidence and bullshit that, to be honest, is just Near rubbing small tidbits and mistakes in Light's face, but that is basically how he won. Do we all get it now? Do we all know why he won? Fantastic. Let's move on. As Near gives a much longer version of what I just said in walls of text that, I'll be honest, absolutely made me want to fucking shoot myself. He thanks Mello for the sacrifice he made, and because of him, he was able to get Light to confess and get solid proof that he was in fact Kira, telling that the only reason they caught him was that they didn't try to be L, but surpassed him, the two working together to bring Light out of the shadows. Light loses his fucking shit, and then laughs a demonic howl, showing that he has truly fucking broken, straight up confessing to being Kira. The act is over. Light has been exposed as the monster he has been for over 6 years, and now that he is cornered with nowhere left to go, Light comes clean and explains his reasoning to his audience of onlookers, telling them why he did it. The world is rotten with evil people who take advantage of the weak. Through their evil acts, the weak also fall into sin and commit crimes so that they can either survive or take a bit of the spoils for themselves. Evil has caused humanity to regress rather than evolve. Politics, education, and law Things that are seen as pillars of good and righteousness have been corrupted by the world's rampant evil that corrodes the very foundations of morals. With the Death Note, Light was able to change that. Through fear of death and extreme lengths, Kira had stopped wars, stopped underground gangs, and the crime rate had dropped over 70% all across the world. But to Light, it isn't enough. The world is still rotten. The world has to be fixed, a task given only to him. He selflessly sacrificed his own humanity so that he could be the god that watched and reigned over the world and perish its evils with an iron fist. To go against such a pure and righteous idea would be to undo all the good he has done. To arrest and kill him would be to spit in the face of Earth's savior, to stamp on the innocents who suffered for centuries, and to spare the evildoers who made this world rotten to begin with. If he's gone, the world will only return to what it was like before. Light talks like a man who is showing the others that they misunderstand him, and that going against him would be selfish and egotistical. He is the necessary component that must be kept alive in order for the world to reach perfection and world peace. He talks with the spirit of a monster. What I found very compelling about Light's final speech is that although it is a very well-crafted monologue that sounds genuine, it is also one that is dripping with hypocrisy. He claims that people who take the lives of others are evil, yet he did the same. He claims that he wants nothing in return for killing all those criminals, yet wants the world to worship him as a god. He claims that anyone else would have used the Death Note for selfish gains, yet that was exactly what he did as well. He claims that humanity prospers when people respect the rights of others, yet he killed and attempted to kill everyone who stood against him. It's this hypocrisy that exposes Light for the man he's truly become. What kind of god has to convince his followers that his tyranny is the only way for humanity to survive? Surely his powers would just show that he's good, right? Light has twisted himself in his own grandeur for so long that he isn't even able to see that his reasoning is inconsistent and naive. He's now so radicalized that after hearing Near's response and being told that he's just a mass murderer with a complex, Near even going as far as to say that he understands Light's mindset completely, Light looks down on him as if he were a mere peasant calling out the king. Light is gone, and the monster that replaces him is Kira, an unholy demon with the powers of God and the morality of a child. He has truly become one of the greatest monsters that this world has ever known. And Kira is not done. After one last attempt to get one over Near, Light pulls out the piece of the Death Note from his watch and attempts to write down Near's name, only for his plan to be shot out of orbit by none other than Matsuda, the man who was with him the most this whole time. Light screams at Matsuda, calling him an idiot and orders him to shoot the others to help him get out, but when Matsuda asks what his dad dying was all for, he exposes the sheer lack of humanity left in him and uses Soichiro's death to temporarily stun Matsuda and write Near's name with his own blood, being off by only a letter as Matsuda fucking loses it and blows his entire barrel into Light's body, rushing over and attempting to finish the job before being dragged back and missing the final shot that would have went straight into Light's head. Matsuda has such a powerful mini-arc throughout Death Note's story. Having been seen as the idiot who was always by Light's side even in the darkest of times, Matsuda now has to live with the fact that he was siding with the monster this entire time, the same one responsible for so many deaths that he himself witnessed firsthand. You can only imagine the pain that he feels as he watches this monster revel in his superiority, knowing that he was unintentionally feeding his ego all along. Those gunshots were ones filled with sadness, rage, and vengeance, as Matsuda desperately tries to redeem himself by doing the unforgivable, thankfully being held back by the people who were with him since day one. Matsuda nearly killing Light in a fit of rage has to be one of the best scenes in Death Note. Everything about it is just perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. I was left completely stunned when I was reading this. It was so fucking intense. But alas, with no one to turn to, nowhere to go, and bleeding profusely through injuries that will certainly end his life soon, Light just cracks, calling out to people who are not there and who have already died. All hope that Light had to escape had been snuffed out. Death is the only thing that awaits him now. Even Mikami, the man who looked up to him as his god and did his every order without question, sees Light for the pathetic man that he is, and throws him to the wolves, calling him scum. Light is truly on his own, except for one person that he hasn't turned to for the longest time. During the final confrontation, Ryuk was present the whole time, proving once again to Light that he is an untrustworthy piece of shit, as when Near asks him questions, he just comes clean without hesitation. Ryuk just leaving him out to dry is it's morbidly hilarious, I'll be honest. But with this one last chance for victory, Ryuk watches Light squirm and beg as he tries one more desperate act to win, ordering Ryuk to kill everyone. As Ryuk lifts up his pen, everyone panics and fires to no avail, and Life bellows and laughs maniacally at the fact that despite his injuries and even after being caught, he was still going to win. Only to be told by Ryuk that his name was the only one he was going to write. This stands as one of the greatest betrayals in manga history. In his last moments, Ryuk looked at Light's condition and decided that his boredom had been fulfilled, and because Light can't entertain him any longer, he decides to pull the plug on Light's life, leaving him to die to the same fate he has given to thousands without a second thought or even a hint of mercy. The manga absolutely revels in showing Light, a prideful and egotistical maniac that has gotten so high off of his own twisted sense of justice, being reduced to a pathetic and groveling mess in his final moments, with nobody left to comfort him, not even Mikami. After 6 years of being Kira, he's finally getting a taste of the pain he has absentmindedly given to... Actually, how many people did he kill as Kira? What the fuck? And the sudden realization of his own fate, coming to him in just a few seconds, leaves him acting like a sniveling child that's gotten caught and doesn't want to get in trouble. There is a great sense of catharsis to have Light suffer the same fate as all the people he's killed, showing that in death, Light is just as human as everyone else, in that the fear of death was something he never surpassed. He's no longer the man who gives out long-drawn speeches about how he's the god of the new world, but is a man who is desperate to escape his fate, with him just resorting to screaming, "I don't want to die," over and over and over again. Light, after feeling invincible since he killed L, overstepped his luck and everything came crashing down around him, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. It feels morbidly good to watch Light finally get punished after all he's done, with no one, even his most devoted followers, by his side, and to have Ryuk do it right in front of him during his biggest time of need, with no sense of remorse or regret as he does it, truly shows just how terrifying Ryuk is as a character. It was one thing to have Ryuk tell Light that he was going to kill him at the start of the story, but to have him do it when Light needed him the most was just a beautiful resolution to that simple line. Light is forcefully thrown off his godly throne and is left to die in front of the very people he tried to control, thought he was better than, and thought he ruled over from the shadows, being thrown into the spotlight as the weakling he truly is, begging on his knees for a way out. It's a very beautiful scene of justice that the manga illustrates perfectly, and the final pages of Light having his heart attack, dying quickly and without any dramatic posing, shows off a coldness that only death can give. This was such a beautiful and conclusive end to Light's character. But there's one thing I want to point out. Because you guys do not remember what I said, because come on, it's been at least 2 hours at this point, way back in chapter 1, I said, quick little thing to add in here, it is established in this chapter that the users of the Death Note cannot go to heaven or hell. This lore is also the 8th rule of the official Death Note canon. Just keep this in mind as we continue, because something later on will make this iconic line a little complicated. In chapter 107, as Light dies, Ryuk reminds him of a conversation that they had about heaven and hell, where in chapter 1, Light only laughs as Ryuk told him that rule. But in chapter 107, Light goes full atheist, calls Ryuk out on his bullshit, and says that heaven and hell do not actually exist, something Ryuk is impressed by, as he confirms that he is right. While this does show that death is the ultimate equalizer and it's meant to show that Light was destined to go into nothingness when he passes on, even after everything he has done, that shit is so fucking lame. So the first thing that I'm going to discuss is Death Note and its use of symbolism, specifically symbolism of the religious kind. When you read through Death Note, religious symbolism, mainly symbols that represent Christianity and Catholicism, can be seen all over the story. The Shinigami themselves can be seen as representations as either angels of death or straight up demons that fuck with the lives of humans from above. Nothingness, which is where Death Note users go after they die, can be seen as purgatory, a place that is neither heaven or hell, which is a part of specifically Catholicism. Light's entire journey to become the new god and his corruption of power can be interpreted as a story that resembles Satan, the angel who went up and tried to fight God in the natural order, leading to the world falling into chaos and suffering. Various imagery of things like saints and groups of people doing worship-like behavior can be seen from book covers to panels, as Light ponders his will and godly status being an obvious symbolism of Light believing that his ways are holy and divine. Even something as small as the Shinigami loving apples can be seen as them loving the forbidden fruit, the same fruit that banished Adam and Eve away from the Garden of Eden, hence why the apples are fruit that Ryuk gets addicted to throughout the story. So the question is, why is there so much religious imagery in a story that was allegedly written by an atheist? Well, that's the thing. In case you did not know, Tsugumi Ohba was originally a devout Catholic when he first started writing Death Note, and it was sometime during the production did he convert from Catholicism to atheism, allegedly. I should go on record and say that Ohba being a Catholic is something that was a big rumor back in the day. His faith was a big conversation that was had back in the early days of Death Note, but unfortunately I couldn't find any official sources besides word of mouth. Allegedly he talked about his faith in an interview, but it seems like early interviews have been just lost to time. And because Oba is a very private person and loves to give vague answers, I don't think that we'll ever truly know about what happened during this period of time. Just wanted to come clean and say that, because there might be a chance that I am completely wrong, and if I am, I'm sorry. Though I still have a case for this alleged allegation. Not allegations. I accuse you of being a Catholic. Though despite all this, I do have a case for this story-wise. Just keep watching. Now, in and of itself, this isn't anything to write home about. Anybody can change their views at any time. But Oba is one of those authors that likes to put their own opinions of culture or politics into their work, and will do so even if it means it contradicts pre-established lore. This is why I believe that early Death Note, which I guess you could call the Old Testament, had lots of religious imagery, whereas later chapters, the New Testament, does not. And I personally found this to be just a little disappointing, because not only is it now canon that none of the righteous characters ever went to heaven, which kind of twists the story into a nihilistic sad tale, but it makes all the religious imagery throughout the story feel almost shallow, like it's more of an aesthetic rather than an integral theme. And it kinda sucks because Obata, from what I could read in his interviews, is a very spiritual person. Fun fact, he genuinely believed for the longest time that the apples were symbolic for something, but Oba revealed to him that they actually meant nothing, which I can only imagine was quite disappointing for Obata. I mean seriously, Obata's comments when it comes to the unknown are fucking fascinating. Here's just a quote from when he was asked about Light's death scene. By the way, I'm personally very scared about what happens to us after we die. Ever since I was young, I would think about going to hell and get really scared, but at some point I started thinking about how nothingness is even scarier than hell. Drawing this chapter reminded me of that. I don't know, maybe it was just an aesthetic, or Obata was taking creative liberties and thus added in a lot of his own religious imagery, but finding out that heaven and hell don't exist in this story, to me just, I don't know, it felt just a bit unsatisfying. The idea that Light, after all he has done, is going to the exact same place as righteous characters, just, it's unfair, you know? Another small little fun fact, Light's death panels were so difficult to draw that drawing them actually made Obata feel ill. It has been 1 year since Light had died from the heart attack. With the world under the impression that Kira is either resting or is gone for good, things start going back to the way they were. Crime is up again, and people are returning to acting sinful and crass in public, under the impression that them being punished was a thing of the past. Ide and Matsuda get ready for another day's work, and Matsuda, never being the fondest of Near, is convinced that he killed Mikami from the fact that not only did Mikami die in prison 10 days after he was thrown in jail, but Near burned all of the notebooks after he found out that the fake rules were bullshit. Ide calls out Matsuda on his conspiracy by telling him that Matsuda's lashings out are just wishes that Light had died for something, because the truth of the matter is, Matsuda had grown very fond of Light, and was sad to see the world go back to a state of normality, proving that Light at least had a point. But the boys are quickly put back to work with Near, as they dive headfirst into a drug case, showing that the work of solving crime, as long as humanity stays human, will never truly be gone. Out in the darkness of the night, the final scene of the story shows millions of Kira worshippers line up in the mountains and perform a ceremony, praying that one day, Kira would return to the world and cast his judgment on those he deems evil and unrighteous, showing that even a year later, Light's impact on the world can still be felt, and his reign brought a lot of people hope for a brighter future, ending the story on a note that truly makes you question the idea of Kira and the complexity of such a concept. Fun little fact, that girl in the final panel is not Misa. Both Oba and Obata confirmed this. At this point in the story, Misa has already killed herself. She died on Valentine's Day, which is super ironic, and very tragic. And thus brings us to the end of the manga's story. My overall thoughts on the Near arc is that while I found it to be inferior to the L Saga that came before it, Oba still managed to show lots of skill when writing part 2 of his story. Seeing Light slowly lose his grip on his godlike status, his humanity, and eventually even his sanity was a character deconstruction that was both tragic and cathartic to read, proving that this was one of the greatest characters to ever exist in fiction. Some people were actually annoyed at the fact that Near won in the end, and claimed that Light should have won given his vast intellect he showed during the L Saga. There's even a video made by Kevin Hilt that goes into great detail about what Light could have done to get himself out of Near's bind and have everyone killed. And while it's a fantastic video and the research in it was superb, fucking assholes probably made him take it down, I personally feel like it was only natural that Death Note was going to end with Light getting caught. And here's why. Light was on the power trip of a lifetime. For 6 years, no one was able to touch him, and after killing someone like L, of course it makes sense that eventually that power would just get to his head. And when given the fact that the one person who meant the world to him died, of course Light was going to plan to kill Near with a few screws loose. Light's loss was inevitable, and I think him winning probably would have made the ending a lot more unsatisfying. And what we got in the end was definitely done to the best of the story's abilities. His downfall was not only tragic, but it made complete sense. Something that I always loved Death Note for doing. As for Near and Mello as threats, I loved both of them. Near was a great representation of L if he didn't have his bite, and Mello was a great representation of L if he didn't have his calmness. These two are polar opposites, yet both have valuable assets. Their starkly different personalities bringing so much more to the table that Light could ever handle when it was just L. Like I said before, out of the two, my favorite is definitely Mello. While he's emotional and eventually gets killed unceremoniously, he does so much cool shit that he served as a great evolution of L, showing what L could have been capable of had he taken risks fueled by emotion. He's also just a fantastic character that even has a bit of light in him, in the fact that his pride more represents how Light shows off his pride, being more boastful and accusatory, and even inspiring Near to take more risks and start getting his own hands dirty. I don't care what anyone says, it's an objective fact that if Mello was not here, Near never would have gotten Kira. His role in the story was way too important that I'm a little annoyed that he got the Naomi Misura treatment in the manga. My man carried the beginning of this saga on his fucking shoulders, and this is how Oba decided to end him. My goodness, my man deserves a better end at least. But as for Near, while there are fans who do not like the fact that he takes all the credit and becomes the new L, in my opinion, I don't really mind. I understand that Near was just in the dark for the majority of this story and only showed himself when he was certain he was going to win, but at the end of the day, that worked in his favor. Anybody who took risks against Light by showing themselves too early were killed. Why would Near repeat history after seeing everyone else around him die? Near was a person who did the right thing and managed to succeed thanks to all the help he allowed himself to be given. It was not just Near, but a bit of everyone that managed to get Light caught in the end, something that L tried to do by himself, exposing a massive flaw in his pride. Near, by showing some humility, was able to catch Kira. That's what makes him a superior L. I like this character having restraint. It made him different. It showed that that's what so many other people needed, but never showed. He was the one exception, and because of that, he completed his task. Overall, I found the Death Note manga, while a bit hard to read in some parts, especially in the Near Saga, to be a very thrilling and engaging time. The plot was incredibly tight, there was so much character that allowed me to talk for this fucking long, and the art was gorgeous. After all these years, it certainly earned its fame. This manga is not overrated. It is truly peak fiction. So with my thoughts of the manga all finalized and put to rest, let's move on towards the next installment, the anime adaptation, created by Madhouse in 2006 and ended in 2007, with a total of 37 episodes. But before we go, here's one last little fun fact. After finishing the manga, Obata had gotten sick and was paranoid that because of all the stuff he drew in Death Note, he was cursed, to a point where he got his fortune told, and the first tarot card that showed up for him was death. Say what you want about God, but damn if he's not got a sense of humor.